All right, we're here at Route 62 for day 2 of our indoor Ohio State Championship, where these riders are going to acquire these #1 plates. Behind us, Rad Designs and Jimmy Walton have been up all night trying to give us the best track. Dozer prepping these berms, skid steer prepping our whoops, and we've got some big lines. So, TJ, tell us a little bit about those.
Yeah, Jack, it looks like you're going to have some pretty good options here in this section in the middle. You're going to go table to table and then single over table right into this nice set of whoops. And it looks like they built you a nice little starter whoop to get a good run through that.
That's right.
Get on top of those early. You're telling me that it's about a 60-foot gap if you can do that first table to table and really make up some time there. And then in this back section, we've got another change. You can go table to single and then jump on, jump off probably for that fast line.
Yeah. Quite a bit bigger of lines than we had yesterday for the kids' day. I mean, we've got some big separator lines, that table to table, that table to single like you mentioned. And it's all about trying to get that drive. And if you can get these big lines, that'll be a key separator for these races today.
Look for Jack today in that Open A class.
That's right.
Racers that win, pour it in, and we appreciate you.
No matter where you are, Coghlan is there, in-store or online. CoglanCars.com. 13 new car brands, over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles, 17 convenient locations for sales, service, and parts, plus 4 state-of-the-art collision centers. CoglanCars.com. Shop locally owned, CoglanCars.com. Coghlan has the car for you.
Motocross is intense, but buying or selling real estate doesn't have to be. At the Winland team, your journey matters. In real estate, we take the bumps out of the ride. I'm Jess Winland. And I'm Katie Emily. Let's ride this journey together.
This is TJ with Premier Home Health. We proudly serve Licking County and surrounding areas for in-home therapy and nursing needs. If someone you love needs in-home care, choose Premier Home Health.
Stop by Throttle Mob Powersports at 4030 Back Bourville Road in Worcester, Ohio for all your power sport service and part needs.
Whether you're a motocross guy or you're a woods guy or you're like a hard enduro guy, we've got specs for everyone, for every bike out there, for every rider weight, ability level, you name it.
All right. Test, test. All right, welcome everybody back for day 2 of the Route 62 Amateur Supercross Championship. We have on the gate Heat 1, and we have a treat. Open A class. We've got some heavy hitters today. Going down the line here, we've got returning from round 1, Levi Kilbarger. Our first round winner, Jack Winland, Tony Yusko, Mitchell France, former Canadian national champion Michael Willard is here today, and Caden Weinzier.
I think this is going to be a good one to watch because I think we're going to see a lot of the big lines in our first moto. So kids and adults at home watching this could set the tone early.
It's going to be a good one. And if you're wondering, special guest on the mic today, the guy behind the cameras pushing the buttons, pulling all the puppet strings, Mr. Barry Ramp.
You know, just filling in when I can because our co-announcer is currently on the line.
Here we go, folks. Gates down. Looks like Winland and Kilbarger battling in the first turn. Kilbarger runs Jack a little high. Oh, looks like Yusko's down. Levi Kilbarger out to an early lead. See if he pulls this big table to table. It looks like most of them do it. Oh, Michael Willard falls back a spot. Jack looking good through the whoops. He was showing great speed today in practice.
I think we're going to see a lot of new lines on this outside turn here.
A couple different options there. Track's already breaking in here. Oh, Jack's putting the pressure on Levi. Couldn't quite make it happen there. These two are buddies. They ride together often, so they tend to know each other's style and tend to say, oh, Jack Winland goes off track.
Great recovery there.
So good. That could have been ugly, but Jack come off, and it looks like he missed his rear brake at first. That's why these guys are the pros. They know how to work these bikes. Jack doubling the outside there, trying to get that drive down the straightaway. Up in the third, we've got Mitchell France trying to close in on our two top runners here.
Yeah, this is a familiar sight here, this one too. I think we're going to see this a lot this season.
These two are kind of setting the standard here at Route 62 on the fast lines around the track. Levi picking up some speed in the whoops. He might save it for the main, but I did.
Oh, he takes him off.
There he goes. Jack uses that inside. Shuts Levi to Kilbarger down. Moves in that number 1 spot. Jack is feeling loose today.
All right, we got our first dose of lap traffic here. Nope, he's going to pull off.
And I don't think you'll see it in this heat, but Jack pulled out a pretty sneaky line here in this back section. I don't think he wants to show it up just yet. Oh, and as I say that, he pulls the trigger, showing all his cards early here. Winland must feel confident in his speed today to just go ahead and bust that jump out in front of Kilbarger and the rest of the field. The track is breaking in nicely. It was a little sloppy in practice in some spots. Some of our top guys were making some mistakes, but the dirt is really working in nicely. Super tacky. Then you've got some chocolate cake out there, some fluffy stuff. These guys can really just let these 450s eat.
Got the white flag out. We do have a rider down on the back rhythm section coming around that long stretch back to the start line.
That looks like the 14 of Caden Weinzier out of Junction City, Ohio. Looks like he's up and going.
Be interesting to see if Kilbarger and the rest of the crew can pick up this big quad in the back after the whoop section. Jack opts not to do it. Levi doesn't do it.
All right, coming around here for the last time. It's going to be great for a gate pick later on today.
Jack throwing some style. Michael France coming in third. Michael Willard crosses line fourth.
You can't be mad at the start of this day so far. I mean, that's an insane way to start a day of racing right there, folks.
That's the fun one, and usually when the big boys are out there, you'll see the stands will really fill up. Everybody wants to watch all the local fast guys. Race 2 on the line, 40 plus. Oh, we got a rider stuck in the gate. Got some bumping in that first turn already. The 113 of Chris Thomas out to an early lead here. New for this round is that set of whoops. They've got 9 full-size whoops and 1 starter whoop. It kind of looks like our leader's whole shot device was stuck down there. Something looks like it's going on with those forks. Maybe not. I think we're going to see a lot of separation today in this whoop section. The riders that can go full commitment, try to stay on top of these things. Going to make up a lot of time through there. Same goes for these rhythm sections. There's so many different options to get through these lines.
That's what's so great about this this round 2 layout here is there seems to be different options for every single section on the track.
All right, folks, if you're following along at home, we will have a race order posted shortly. You go to the Route 62 Facebook page. We will have all of the qualifying races posted so that you can follow along today. You look up in the top left-hand corner of your screen, you're going to see the current race. You can compare that to where the race is in the order that you want to see. Have a little better idea of when you want to tune in if you're waiting for a certain someone, or grab some popcorn and watch all day. White flag is out for this 40-plus group. The 113 of Chris Thomas still out front, followed by the 469 of Edmund Moore. And Chris Thomas will take the checkered. Now there are 8 entries in that class, so all of these riders will advance to a main event later today.
Go down to our trackside cam here. Looks like the next heat is going to be the PitBike Trail class, and that's going to be bikes up to 150 cc's. A little bit bigger than the 110s, a little bit more stock suspension.
Yeah, these guys are going to have more travel, bigger wheels, most of them. So you're going to see maybe they're able to do some of these obstacles a little bit easier, get a little bit more run.
Got a couple electric bikes out there too, it looks like.
It does appear so. I believe number 41 is on an Electric & Co bike that you could pick up at Electrics, one of our sponsors here at Route 62. Go get yours today. It's like the 283 out front early of Austin Dyer. Followed by the 64 Tyson Burt.
If there's one thing I remember from round one, it is the excitement of the PitBike races all day long. We had action in almost every single race. I think we're going to be in for another treat today.
Yeah, we've got some fast guys here today, that's for sure. And a lot of these guys are buddies. They don't mind getting in there and rubbing elbows, bumping, and maybe even taking out a front tire here and there. So
We've definitely seen that happen.
looks like our rider number 2 and 3 position are both on electric pit bikes here. Trying to chase down that 283 of Austin Dyer on that Kawasaki as he's able to double through this whoop section. All right, joining us in the booth here, fresh off the track, Mr. Jack Winland.
All right, what's going on?
How are you doing? How you
Good.
feeling?
I'm feeling good. That was a good ride.
You look good for about 95% of that one.
Yeah.
We saw you get a little sketchy.
Other than that 5%
Yeah.
on that table to table.
You took a new line. Nobody's done that yet.
Yeah, it's like a little transfer line is what it felt like.
That was the Jason Anderson special.
Yeah.
You just skip a couple jumps. What happened there? Did you miss a rear brake or
No.
lose traction? Or
So I saw Levi going about a line outside of me, and I was trying to, take the shortest way around that corner. So I went a little inside, just gassed on it. It was wide open and slid up the face. I think I caught right on the face.
Yep.
And it just shot me straight left, and it's
And
like I
high.
threw a little transfer
You
air
recovered.
wheelie.
it was a little scary for a second, but you recovered nicely. I saw you going for that rear brake, trying to get that front end down. So
Yeah, it was sketchy, but we saved it. So
all right, no protests in the pits from Kilbarger for.
I don't think
No?
so.
Okay.
Well, I went into that straightaway and I saw Yusko and I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
So I was trying to stay on the right side of that straightaway so I didn't hit him.
Yeah, that was a fun race to watch. What we were talking earlier, what a fun way to start the day with the best of the best here at Route 62, that Open A class.
Straight from the track to the booth.
That's right. We got the Pit Bike Trail up to 150cc class out there right now. Looks like our 283 of Dyer is comfortably out front.
I tell you what, the track is so good right now, though. There's unlimited traction, other than where I spun out, but I think that's just the 450 power.
I think you might be right. Yeah, we were walking the track earlier, and there was just so much tack out there early, and even some lighter, fluffier stuff that you could really dig into and get some traction. So, as we saw in your first race there, you guys had some options. We saw you put the move on Levi in the back there. That's a fun thing to watch today because there's some different options in that back sweeper turn.
Yeah, and there's probably about 3 different lines you can take through those 3 rollers. I mean, that's a great passing spot.
Looks like you guys are all double singling out. Could you roll double out, or is that too slow?
You know, honestly, I don't know. I wonder.
It seems like you would really give up a lot to the guy behind you if you tried to slow down enough to roll that first one, but.
Right. Yeah, because those first couple laps, Levi was going outside, doubling to the inside and rolling, but I was doubling to the outside trying to use that berm and just slingshot myself into the straightaway. But, yeah, honestly, both lines are really equal.
Yeah, it looked good there. So,
this race number 4 up next, our 2-stroke class. Looks like we've got Michael Willard in this one. Ridgebergy, Cole Showalter.
I think we know who the favorite should be here, but as we've seen all weekend long, anything can happen. Michael struggled a little bit in that Open A race. I expect him to bounce back in that main event. You are
5:07 following Michael right over that table to table.
If you are following along at home, turn the volume up and take a little trip back to the 90s. This is nothing but 2 strokes. Our leader, Michael Willard, former Canadian national champion and outdoor qualifier, supercross qualifier. And if there's somebody here today that knows how to hit a set of whoops, it's that guy.
Yeah, it's definitely that guy. He can, especially on a 2-stroke, he might be able to hit a set of whoops the fastest I even know.
And it just sounds so good, bouncing off each one of those whoops on the Husky 250 there.
That's Carter Dennis in 3rd place behind the 5:07 of TJ Lamphere.
Great shot, whoop cam here, catching these riders coming through at pretty much eye level there.
And these are 4-lap heat races. So some of these riders, if they don't get a good start, they've got 4 laps to make some passes. And this isn't a division, this is just for gate pick. So, you know, Michael's out there just cruising. Looks like he's on his way to a first gate pick in that main event. But some of these other riders, it's not too late to try and make passes.
Looks like Willard's got that 250 dialed in. He had, I was talking to Michael, I think last year during a practice day, and he was telling me about how he came across this bike he's racing today. I think he was working just his regular job and noticed a garage door kind of opened up and a bike sitting inside, and he got talking to the owner, and lo and behold, Michael ended up with it and made it his own, has that thing tuned.
He's raced this thing absolutely everywhere too. Indoor, outdoor, 250A, Open A. That thing's probably got a lot of hours on it, don't you think?
I'm sure it does by now, yeah. The great thing about those 2-strokes, though, is he can rebuild that thing in his garage by himself, no problem. Cheap to maintain. Willard will take our win here in this 2-stroke division.
There's Hall, Berge, Bullock, Showalter, Freeze coming around that back section.
Got a couple 125s out there, Jack, and I'd have to say that just a little underpowered, trying to get up and over some of these jumps right out of these tight turns. Really got to have some good roll speed and get on the gas early.
That's right. Especially if they want to keep up with the 252 strokes. I believe Carter Dennis is on a 252 stroke. Michael Willard's on one. And I think Devin Hall is on one as well.
They definitely have the advantage. All right, up next, race 5, Open B. We've got four racers in this class. All 4 will advance to that main event. I think the number 7 off to an early lead here.
That is Austin Wines here, but Caden Walton shuts the door early. Oh, we have a rider down. That is Caden DeVergiak.
Caden Walton, one of Route 62's very own, son of Jimmy Walton. And Caden definitely knows his way around this track. Just watching him in practice, and he looks good on that two-stroke.
Both of these riders going triple in.
Caden went a little long on the jump on there, but still made the jump off clean enough. He is not letting Weinzier get away. Now, Jack, you know Caden pretty well. Is this his primary race machine, or does he ride a four-stroke sometimes?
So Caden has that 252 stroke that he's on. He absolutely loves that thing. I think that is his bike of choice. He does have a Honda 450. It's a brand new one getting serviced right now. So, but he is a two-stroke lover. He would prefer this thing all day long.
He knows how to rip that thing, that's for sure.
Austin Weinzier out front, able to get that lead early and just putting his laps in. I'm kind of seeing Austin's able to swing out wide, get into that rut, and hit that table to table. I think that's where he's kind of cutting some time over the number one of Caden Walton.
Caden looking good in the whoops, though. Really picking that time back up. Yeah.
I think the sound is what I like best.
Yeah, you're spot on there. There's nothing like a 252 stroke.
I will say, Caden DeVergiak, he's came from the back after crashing in that first rhythm section. So we cannot count him out in the main event.
Yeah, he's another rider that we were watching in practice, was really moving well. Figured the track out like super early, was stringing together all the big lines.
He's gonna
put the pressure on these guys this last lap, I think.
Oh, Caden can't hit the quad.
Oh, no.
There goes DeVergiak up the inside, but can Caden take him high?
Oh,
he
beautiful.
takes that line. Who's faster in the whoops here? Both same.
I think Walton's
DeVergiak gives it back to him, though.
Yes, he does.
Caden goes a little high on that. We've got one turn left. See if Caden Walton can make a pass back. DeVergiak's got about 4 bikes lead on him. So there's number 7 of Austin Weinzier taking the win over Caden DeVergiak with a tough first corner. And Caden Walton in 3rd of your Open B class. Justin Betchard in 4th.
Great racing so far today. And the great news for all these guys, they're all going to make it to that main event.
Those were some textbook block passes right there.
That was definitely your indoor typical type passes.
Taking them high up in the berm, trying to stall a little bit. It seems like Caden didn't get that drive out of the corner before the whoops. He took them high.
Yep.
But he wasn't able to carry that momentum.
Yep.
Like he had been the previous 3 laps.
Yeah, I think that extended block pass kind of slowed him down and getting that re-entry speed.
Here we go, race 6 down. PitBike Bone Stock 110 and PitBike Vet 35 plus heavyweight.
We're going to see our Bone Stock round 1 winner in this class, Jordan Barnes, local boy here out of Newark, Ohio, already out to an early lead.
Cannot count out the 213 of Austin Archer. He's another one of Route 62's own. Not a Walton, but
a frequent flyer.
Right. And also one of our workers, actually.
All right.
So good to see him out here, but can he catch the 843 Jordan Barnes?
We will only see Barnes today on the pit bike. He is still working on getting his big bike back together, but he certainly knows how to rip that 110 around.
Austin Archer scrubbing, pumping these 110s. I think the difference maker would be if any of those guys can hit that double out of the corner after the finish line, because that thing is a stretch.
Yeah. I know they were eyeballing those in the track walk this morning. See where they can make up some time, separate themselves. Doubling through the whoops. That is impressive.
That is. Smooth as can be. Austin Archer following some of the lines Barnes has taken.
Great shot through the whoops here. The rest of the pack coming through.
Barnes going outside now. Has enough of a lead to where he doesn't have to protect those insides as much. Oh, it looks like Archer able to hit that double out of the corner. I don't know if he caught up enough to Barnes, but he is gaining some ground. I believe that's the 318 of Jason Branson leading his class out there. Having a nice little battle between the two classes. That's Weston White, Cody Sigmund, and Jason Branson. Weston White holding down third in your pit bike bone stock 110 class. Cody Sigmund running up fourth, but on Weston's heels. Weston makes a pass, still in third in his class, to that Jason Branson, who's leading the vet 35 plus heavyweight.
We see our leaders coming around here for one more lap. White flag's out. Barnes has pretty comfortable lead at this point. Oh, we got a rider down in the whoops. The 777 of Dominic Wyrick out of Greenville, Ohio. Looks like he's remounted, back on track here.
Looks like we got about 2 corners left for our leader, Jordan Barnes. Coming up on a lapped rider. And the checkered flag is out. Your race 6 winner, Jordan Barnes, will have that first gate pick. Austin Archer, 2nd place.
I wonder, Jack, would it be better to have the 2nd gate pick in this situation, to put yourself on the inside of that guy that you know you're going to be battling with?
You know, that's a good question. Sometimes it's all preference.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to get that gate where
condition over position. Is
right.
that what we're talking here?
Yeah.
Yeah. And nobody wants to get 2nd place.
Some riders have an outside strategy. Some riders have an inside strategy. It kind of depends on the riding style as well. But if I was down there on the gate, I'm looking behind the gate. I'm looking in front of the gate. Because for me, when I was down there, it looked like the left side of the box. It has a little drop off on the other side of the gate, just the way the ruts are. So, you know, that's always a tough question. It almost goes off preference.
All right, up next, race 7 here. We've got Open Sea. We have ourselves a nearly full gate. This should be a pretty entertaining race here in this qualifying heat. Keep an eye on our 187 of Austin Fluharty.
Rocket start. I will say this class is going to be my favorite to watch because the front 3, there's been some talking going on. I've been kind of hearing it in the pits. They all want to win.
Yeah. A little smack talk we're saying here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
all friendly smack talk. But
they're buddies too, huh?
With this being C class, dude, they all want to win.
Yeah.
They don't think any of them should lose. But Austin Fluharty out front early. Looks like Braden Hughes going to the inside, able to get that 2nd position over the 13 of Ethan Tverziak.
Tverziak almost got back to that inside, but the number 6 machine holds on to that 2nd place spot.
The 4th spot of Cole Showalter. Let's see if Braden Hughes can unlock that big quad line. Cannot this lap. Able to do it in practice. Cole Showalter able to hit it though, gaining some ground on your top 3. Ethan Tverziak getting the great run up the inside of the number 6, Braden Hughes.
textbook
Able
move there.
to triple also. He's gaining a little bit of ground on Austin Fluharty up the inside.
Put some pressure on him. Couldn't make it stick, but Fluharty knows he's there now.
Oh, Braden Hughes, a little mistake in that tough block. Allows the 94 of Cole Showalter to get up on his rear wheel.
Fluharty's picking up the pace here. He's trying to get back out, get himself a comfortable lead.
Let's see if Tverziak can unlock that quad again. That is a big time saver.
He checked up. I think he was probably worried that Fluharty might be there.
All right, we're getting another run through the whoops. This is where he made it happen last lap, side by side.
Tverziak.
Throwing a block pass. Can they triple out? Ethan can.
A little attitude on that one.
That's right. Ethan Tverziak with a good defensive ride. He learned from the pass Braden Hughes put on him the first lap. Taking a quick glance over his shoulder, has a good lead over the 187 of Austin Fluharty. Braden Hughes in third, Cole Showalter fourth. And that's the 42. Brayson Richard rounding out your top 5 right now. This is a full gate heat race, so they don't have to advance to a main event or have to go into any LCQs, but this is for gate pick, and this is pretty important. But man, Tverziak able to hit those big lines is saving him.
I wonder, too, if we're going to see him unlock that big table-to-table in the center, maybe in that main event, saving it, keeping it in his back pocket.
That's right.
And now that he knows that he can win without taking the risk, maybe he won't have to.
Great race, number 7, our Open C class. There's a 777, the number 7, 629. Oh, we've got a rider down in the last corner. Let's see if he can pick his bike up, not lose any positions.
Looks like Pierce Freeze out of Miamisburg, Ohio on that Yamaha.
Oh, that is a tough spot to pick up the bike.
It's hard to tell from even on camera, but these bank corners are so steep and tall. So if you tip over in low side.
That's right. You can see a little,
down again.
Darn it.
Off camera.
You can see a little bit of gas dripping there on the exit of that berm. Hopefully that doesn't play a factor in the next class, so they're getting a little bit of wheel spin. Slickening up that already slick main line. I wonder if we'll start to see some riders branch out a little bit. Go about 2 feet under the main line. I see some really thicked up dirt where you can get some traction.
Yeah, some chocolate cake out there today.
That's right. It's like a brownie mix.
Just walking the track, you got to kind of clean your boots off every now and then because that dirt is so tacky, it just sticks right to the bottom.
Rad Designs, Shane Fluharty, and Jimmy Walton sure know how to give us a good track prep. Giving us that Moschio, the water, the perfect mixture.
It's consistent, too. It's always good. It's consistent. Race number 8 underway here. PitBike Women Open. These ladies are going for it here, first lap. The number 1 of Ashley Card. Cutting in on the number 14 of Brittany Macher.
Ashley Card on the number 1. Blitzing those whoops on the CRF 110. Takes the lead.
Puts the moves on. Now, we saw Card here yesterday, and she just dominated her classes.
She did.
On her, I think it's a Husqvarna, maybe a Super Mini or an 85. Looked really good yesterday. Doing some of the bigger jumps.
That's right.
Putting together some good lines. Looks like she's on her way to a PitBike Women's Open heat race win here. Number 3 on screen there, Marley Anderson out of Columbus.
Card coming through those whoops yet again. Leading the 14 of Brittany, matched your Magicer out of Connecticut. See if I butchered that one.
If we run into her in the pits, we might have to ask her.
I think we will.
Ask her on that one.
I don't want to butcher that one all day.
Yeah, there's a J thrown in there.
I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard, but you never know. Looks like we've got one rider down at the beginning of the whoops, trying to get that Suzuki fired back up.
Looks like the 923 of Kennedy Frazier there, trying to get that machine, get it going here.
Looks like she's trying to get it back in neutral to either kickstart or electric start that bad boy back up. Tough break for the 923.
Worth noting here, the number 14 machine all the way out of Connecticut. See our leaders making their way through here. Our leader coming around one more time, going to take this checkered flag, get that first gate pick in the main event. The number 1 Ashley Card, not too far behind the number 14 machine. We've got Aaliyah Drake coming around this final turn. I do believe she might be a lap down, so I think the number 3 of Marley Anderson will take that 3rd place spot.
Oh, looks like the number 3 having a little mechanical at the top of the finish line. Honestly, just in time because that checkered flag came out.
That's right. And the number 923 of Kennedy Frazier was able to get that Suzuki fired back up and get across that finish line.
Feels like we're clicking through these motos pretty fast.
I think we're going to see this day go smooth. Got a great track crew here at Route 62. They do a great job of getting to the riders, clearing the riders.
We've got 30 races, and we got race 9 dropping the gate right now.
601 of Dustin Byers' early lead.
This was a good battle we had in the last round. Dustin Byers and Corey Schafferknocker had a real good battle.
On the X machine, we've got John Romaniak Jr.
Let's take a look at Byers' whoop speed here. He is able to just blitz these things so good. I was talking to him. You know, I was actually taking some advice from Dustin back in the pits last week when I was running them. He was telling me run 3rd gear, just get on top of those things and pretty much pin it.
Let it eat. You let it eat.
I'll give a little bit of whoop credit to Dustin Byers. He's seen some whoops in his day in this 35-plus class. Corey Schafferknocker going triple, catching up to the number X of John Romaniak. Corey Schafferknocker hitting the quad, though. Not much faster to catch up to John. Are those... Something's bouncing off Romaniak's bike there. Looks like it's coming from his crossbar pad.
Yeah, see if we get a look at that the next lap around here.
Byers checking in with another lap. What is that?
It looks like the bar pad cover is still on, but the bar pad itself is gone. So
I saw it fly off the entrance of the whoops.
Makes sense.
So it's hanging on for dear life.
Shows you how difficult that whoop section is. It'll blow your bar pad right off. As we watch Byers just pound through those things on that 601 machine.
I think I seen a little head shake there. I don't know if that wasn't his proudest run.
Some of these guys, their feet blow off and they just keep that thing pinned, ride it out.
That's a great shot of our far 3 lanes there. Here come our 2nd and 3rd place rider. One more lap.
Schaefer Knocker's really putting the heat on Romagnac here. Can he make a move
inside.
off camera? Not quite. As we watch the buyer, number 601 of Byers out front here.
Let's see if he tries this quad to get into 2nd. A little bit of a case.
Oh,
and Abe
saves
cases
it.
that next line too. Throws a hand up. It looks like he is going to just cruise this one on in. Take that 3rd gate position for the main event and come out swinging to try and get in those top 2 positions. And there is Dustin Byers, the 601 out of Gallipolis, Ohio, taking your heat race win in front of the number X of John Romagnac out of Reynoldsburg, Ohio.
Schaefer Knocker will make his way across in 3rd. That timing is the name of the game on these indoor tracks. The 113 of Chris Thomas, who we saw earlier, went across the line. We are ready to move on to our next race, number 10. This will be 250A and 250B. We're going to see a couple familiar faces here. Michael Willard, Weinzier in that A class, TJ Lampier. And we got Caden Walton again in the B class here.
Our fellow announcer up the inside trying to cut him off early.
Yeah, Willard gets blocked by the number 14 of Weinzier early on there. See if Willard can make some moves and get back by.
So this is actually Caden Weinzier's first ever A race.
All right, well, that's a good showing.
He raced Minios in the B class.
You're going to see Michael just take it up the inside here. Yep, he's sending a message.
You know, Willard's a veteran in the sport in this class. So, you know what, this is honestly a really good opportunity for Caden Weinzier to just take note. Looks like he's able to get the pass back on Willard, slice and dice a little bit.
These guys are showing the differences in the lines you can take on this track and what works, what doesn't. Or
That's right.
We got Walton who's creeping up here.
Oh, Tverziak able to quad past Caden. That is for the lead in our 250B class. Caden Weinzier leads our 250A in front of Michael Willard. Putting a great ride in right now. Doubling to the inside. Last lap they crossed there. Weinzier was able to get that lead back.
Weinzier looking good out front here on that.
Very
14.
impressive.
Yeah, that Yamaha is barking today.
I think we all knew Caden was going to be making a move up to this A class sooner rather than later, because when we were outdoors, he was setting fast lap times of the whole weekends in that B class. So it was just a matter of time before he's up here battling with the big dogs.
And he is showing that he was ready, that's for sure. Putting the moves early on the number 749 of Michael Willard. And Michael's a veteran, so he may be just cruising around right now trying to save some energy.
That's right. He put his moves in early, kind of let Caden know he was there. Looks like he's been just standing up through some of these corners, maybe just taking a breather lap. Maybe he'll make a last couple lap sprint.
Such great
young buck this pace.
Yeah, Michael's technique in the whoops is so fun to watch. He's so neutral on that bike, letting the thing just work underneath of him. It looks like he's not using any energy.
Caden Tverziak not very far behind our two 250A leaders. He is out front in that 250B class out of Chardon, Ohio. And there's the number 1 of Caden Walton. in that second spot, followed by the 5:07.
We've got
TJ Landfield.
We've got 3 Cadens in this race, and they all look like they could bump up to that A class and make a push here.
That's right. You always know when Michael Willard or Caden Walton are going through the whoops on those 252 strokes.
Yes, you do. They sound
As well
so
as
good.
TJ Landfield. He is on a 252 stroke also. Oh, you know, Carter Dent. This is like a full 252 stroke class, other than Tavergiak and Weinzier.
Weinzier making a great run through the whoops. Right behind Michael Willard, just making it look easy.
Standing up through those whoops, standing up into the corners, just kind of chilling back there in that second spot.
Yeah, I think Michael knows he's going to just save it for the main event here.
But I guarantee that is a feel-good moment for Caden Weinzier.
Oh, for sure. Throwing it over flat over that finish line.
Showing him he belongs in this A class. Caden Walton throwing some stees over that finish line.
Holding it down for the two-stroke crowd here. You're right, Jack. This is a heavily dominated two-stroke class in this 250A and B.
And that was 6 laps of our 250A and 250B, where normally all our heat races are just 4 laps. So, you know, those 4B riders may not be used to that.
I was going to say, I think a lot of those guys kind of stay down sometimes so they don't have to run all those laps at these races.
Right. Race 11 pit bike stock mod, no clutch for this one. We have 12 riders in this heat race. As the gate drops, we've got a couple wheelies off the rip.
Looks like the 513 machine of Stephen Welch out of Washington, PA.
There's Ashley Card yet again in another pit bike class.
Up there mixing it up.
Man, trying to stuff that second place.
She's making her way right into the lead here.
The 43 of Angelo Seats making his way up too. He was picking up those elbows, riding a wide bike, trying to pick up some positions there.
Yeah, Card into the lead here. She swung it a little wide before the whoops there and kept some momentum going. Went right on by. Great action so far today in these qualifying races.
And Ashley Card just picking up these moto wins. Saturday, Sunday, youth, adult, it doesn't matter. She's coming out and taking some pit bikes wins.
Yeah, and noting here, she's all the way down from Ontario, Canada, so making that trip to come down and race our series here at Route 62.
Got to get your money's worth, right?
That's right.
Take as many Ohio State Championship #1 plates as she possibly can.
That's right. That's bragging rights for Canada.
How many did she take home yesterday? At least 2, right?
2, I think for sure 2, yeah.
The girls class on the Super Mini, or 85. Girls pit bike, I believe, had one yesterday.
Yep, she was definitely the standout for the ladies yesterday in those classes. We noted earlier she was sending some of those bigger jumps on her Super Mini. Ethan Powell coming around in second place, followed by the 43 machine of Angelo Seats out of Ashland, Ohio.
Can't help but note we have 3 riders from Washington, Pennsylvania. Bill Welch, Stephen Welch, Ethan Powell, 4 in William Welch. So that's
a lot of Welches there.
3 Welches.
Wow.
Coming all the way from Washington, PA.
You think they know each other?
You know, I don't know. Bill Welch, 57 years old.
That is awesome.
He may just be the oldest rider we have today.
Very possible. Out there on a pit bike of all things.
They were here for round 1, I do believe.
Just goes to show the pit bikes are fun for really any age.
stock mod clutch, stock mod no clutch. We've
Electric.
got bone stock, electrics, in full mod like Bo Walton runs. That was a phenomenal class to call at round 1.
Yeah, that was some fun action.
That's still Ashley Card out front. Position change, the number 43 of Angelo Seats out of Ashland, Ohio into that second spot. Ethan Powell back into the third place ride. Stephen Welch 4th. William Welch 5th.
On screen, we've got Card here making her way around one last time. Going to take that checkered flag in this race number 11, PitBike stock mod. No clutch on these machines. Really laid it down and put a hurting on the boys today. Seats across, then second place, followed by the 730 machine of Powell. We got the 513 of Welch, the 993. We've got Stephen Welch, then William Welch. 431 of Colin Benjamin, the 18 machine of Drew Spring.
Race 12. Gate is dropped for our Warrior Military and First Responders race.
Now, Jack, I understand this is a new class this year that Jimmy wanted to bring on and do, and can you tell us a little bit about what that Warrior class is?
Right, so this is for all of our military first responders. You know, it's great to see them out here just enjoying dirt bikes just like the rest of us. These riders actually get to sign up for free on Jimmy. Jimmy appreciates all these guys coming out. Just, you know, get them some good racing in, honestly. We're trying to boost this class as much as possible, all while thanking the people that keep us safe in the greatest country in the world.
That's right. That's awesome. Good on Jimmy for hooking these guys and girls up, showing his appreciation, giving back. That is something I think a lot of these tracks could take note and put together something like that.
That's right. And that is John Romaniak out of Reynoldsburg, Ohio in the lead. The 825 of John Piro in second. Vince Langer out of Delaware in third. And Russell Sable in your fourth position.
Our leader here, Romaniak, coming around. Now Romaniak, I believe, is mostly an off-road rider these days, doing a lot of the GNCCs. And I saw online where he just swapped out his e-bike to pick up this KTM.
Really?
And it looks like he's adapting to that thing pretty quick.
You would never know. It looks like he's a natural on this bike. Flowing. It just knows every which way this bike's going to go. Still in that second spot, the 825 of John Piro. Vince Langer and Russell Sable making their way through the whoops now.
Quick reminder, folks, if you're watching from home, you can go to that Route 62 MX Facebook page. We have the qualifying schedule listed. You can refer to that. see where we're at on screen here, Heat 12, and compare to what we've got posted to see when your favorite rider is going to be up for the day. And then we will have a brief intermission after qualifying races, and then we will update with a main event schedule. On screen, Romagnac, very comfortable lead out front.
As these riders come around for the last half of lap that they have left, I can't help but notice we do have a 250C division on the line. So, and this is almost like a main event. I mean, we've got Ethan Tverziak, Braden Hughes, Austin Fluharty, Raleigh Owens. Those are 4 riders that really excelled in that open C class. Raleigh Owens wasn't in that open C, but he is in this 250C. Really a standout in that C class this year, running the Buckeye Series. Going to Loretta's, I believe Raleigh had a very good year at Loretta's this year in that C class. So let's see if he can bring those talents indoors.
That's awesome. Yeah, anybody knows C class at Loretta's is not your stereotypical C class. Those racers rip.
Those boys are fast.
They are fast.
I wonder if some of these other riders can kind of take some notes, because Ethan Tverziak was hitting these big lines. The gate is down. Oh, it looks like we've got a wheelie, but taking control early, the 42. Austin Fluharty giving a little bump there, trying to take up the inside. Richard, Tverziak, Hughes, Owens, Fluharty, Lonergan, and Hall. Tverziak insanely fast in those whoops.
Pulls out the table to single. Lap 1 complete here. Tverziak stretching that gap out front, pulling the big lines.
Wow. There's Braden Hughes trying to get into that second spot. Let's see if he can make a run through the whoops.
Looks like Richard was able to
pull him off. Almost 3 wide through the whoops. Fluharty ducking in, able to get that third spot.
Richard got the 2-for-1 special, but in the wrong direction.
Right. Raleigh Owens double into that inside. Oh, Abe tucks the front. Tough break for the number 16 of Raleigh. You can see our leaders come back into frame. Ethan Tverziak, massive quad here in the C class. That's what's separating them.
That's right, and we've got a battle heating up here in that second place spot between Fluharty and the number 6 Machine of Hughes. Both riders looking good through that set of whoops. White flag is out for our leader. Fluharty putting the pressure on Hughes in that final turn. Can't quite make it stick. Side by side they go through the rhythm.
2 Yamahas. See if Braden will try and slow up, take him high, or Fluharty gets a great run around that outside of the berm, blitzing these whoops.
Protecting that inside, very smart. And neither of these riders are doing that big table to single, so you can kind of keep that inside line and not really lose much.
He's got about 2 corners left. Can Austin Fluharty keep that second spot? It looks like he's able to get a good drive and keep it over the number 6 of Braden Hughes in third. The number 42, Brayson Richard in fourth. Raleigh Owens fifth. Braden Lonergan sixth. And Devin Hall in that 7th position.
I think these boys are going to have to really take a page out of Tverziak's book here in this main event if they want to give him any kind of a challenge with all those lines he's pulling. It's really separating him from the rest of the pack.
That was like a main event.
That was a good one.
Now we have Division 2 of this 250C class, race 14. Takis getting a great jump, leading the pack into that berm.
Looks like everybody got through clean.
That's the 6.29 of Nathan Heiner in second. 6.13, Joey Davis third. The 36, Jonathan Nolan gets past back to fifth. Sidney Colwell in fourth now. And Hugh Lassater, Hugh Lassater goes 2 for 1, throws a little slider into that berm, cuts down early, makes 2 passes in that one corner.
As we see on screen there, makes that pass stick.
Let's see if he can make a hard charge to our top 3.
Heiner on the 6.29 machine is really starting to apply the pressure to our leader here of Steven Totkus. Heiner gets a little bit loose in the whoops, but holds it together.
Steven Takis leads us around one more lap. Entering our whoop cam.
Looks like we will take the top 5, Jack, out of both of these 250C divisions to get into that main event. And then we will take 4 out of that Consi race a little later on the day.
There's Lassiter, able to get into that 3rd spot, makes the pass, but the rider in 4th place throws an air wheelie. He is up and going. He did lose that fender, trying to get it mounted back up. See if he can make himself back in a position to go to the main.
I think that was the 613 maybe, a Joey Davis on that Honda.
Yeah, that's right. He is up. He's grabbing the rear fender. Unfortunately, he is going to have to go to our last chance qualifier to put himself into the main event for the 250C class. It looks like he went a little bit deep on that double there.
He went full Ronnie Mack on that jump, nose high, rode it out. That was probably about as good as that could have gone for as bad as it was.
That was a great scenario for the 613 of Joey Davis.
Good to see he's pushing that bike off. He's just fine. Maybe go back and take a break for a minute, get some water, let the heart rate come down.
Sydney Colwell advancing herself to the main event. And here comes the 36, Jonathan Nolan out of Belton, Kentucky.
All right, race 15 on the gate. We got PitBike, Minio, and then the PitBike Open Money.
That is Bo Walton on the 51, our lone rider in this PitBike Open Money. So
round 1, we saw an awesome battle with Bo, and was it
Nathan Mock?
Mock, yeah, that was great action in that first round.
But we do have 7 riders in our PitBike Mini Open class.
Walton out to that early lead.
Imagine that, Bo Walton on the Arden Briggs backed BBR E3 V3. See Bo Walton just doubling through these whoops.
Walton able to pull out a lot of those bigger jumps on that electric pit bike that he's ripping here today.
Let's see if he can go for this finish line. He's been hit. Oh, Bo Walton down in the finish line corner. Tucked to the front at the top of the berm. Had a pretty big lead to where he could still hold it from himself and no one else in the class.
Lucky for him. Also, he no starting that bike back up.
And Bo Walton tripling out of the corner after the finish line.
I think he did that the first lap, but it was kind of hard to see.
Man, Bo's he's having a good ride right now, all by himself. But we can't forget that PitBike Mini O class. We're having a good battle up front.
Yeah.
That's the 41 of Brandon Smith in Cleveland Films, Jonathan Trunk. Connor Sobey in third, though. Oh, we're dicing inside, outside. Austin Lushard fourth. I believe that's Nathan Bird, fifth place. Mac Frazier fifth.
Walton still busting out that triple after the finish line on that pit bike, pit bike.
I would lose my mind if he was able to go for like a quad or that table to single. Let's skim these whoops. Still doubling. Bo Walton, Route 62's own. Able to manage his way around this racetrack. Home field advantage, some would call it.
He's probably got a couple laps spun in this facility, I'd say.
Just a few.
But with this indoor series, the track changes every week, so everybody can come and practice the weeks leading up and kind of try to knock into some of that home field advantage, as you called it. White flag is out for our leader. With about a half a lap to go here. Looks like Jonathan Trunk on that 302 machine. About to head into the whoops.
Look forward to seeing Bo Walton out there in PitBike Open, as well as this PitBike Open money class. I believe he's going to be running his KLX 140 in that PitBike Open class. So, switching up bikes, riding the trail bikes a little bit, as well as a full mod.
PitBike extraordinaire, Bo Walton. Looks like the 302 machine of Trunk will come across in this PitBike Mini O class for the lead. It's that number one gate pick for the main, followed by Connor Sobey on the 293. We've got Smith, last second pass on the 233 machine of Lusher.
That puts us just over the halfway mark of our heat races. Now on race 16, our 50-plus class. We've got 5 riders in this. We've got Sidell, Langer, Cuff, Moore, and Sable. Keep an eye on Tough Cuff there. The number 413, Martez Cuff. Oh, able to rocket a start out of there. Wheelies a little bit, gives up some position to Edmund Moore.
This is our 50-plus race, but we do have 2 riders over the age of 60 in this one. Edmund Moore out front. We're showing 62 years of age. And then the 17X, also 62 in this one. Sean Siddle.
Moore able to get through those whoops really efficiently. Able to go table, double, and double single into the corner. Oh, Martez, tough cuff, casing a little bit, that back wall section. Able to make the pass stick for 3rd place. I think Martez might be having the most fun out there on the track anytime he is. He's throwing 1-footers. He'll throw a handoff.
Hey, 50 plus, that's what it's all about. They're doing it for the fun. I would say most of these guys got to go to work on Monday. So they're just trying to get through this thing safe, have some fun, maybe take home a little hardware.
Speaking of work, Tough Cuff always brings us in a whole bunch of snacks for these races. I think that's one of the best parts.
Aha.
He'll come in and do a practice, and he'll carry in a box of like 7 boxes of brownies or chocolates. It's not good for the moto diet, but I mean, can't say no, right?
Maybe you had a few too many of those before that Open A.
Maybe that's the key to the moto.
Yeah. Maybe you should add some more, get a little more traction out of that turn.
Right?
Put on a couple LBs. Looks like Tough Cuff has made his way into that number 2 position around the 88 of Vince Langert. Still cruising out front is our leader, Edmund Moore, on the 469 machine. Moore comes around to take that white flag. 1 to go. 413 a cuff, running second, followed by the 88, Vince Langert. On screen right now, both of our 60-plus riders in this 50-plus class.
Martez Cuff and Vince Langert making their way through the whoops here. Edmund Moore taking your Heat 1 win out of Westerville, Ohio in this 50-plus class. Followed by the 413 of Martez Cuff, the 88 of Vince Langert. And we're stopping in the middle. I think he stalled that machine.
It looked like he did.
Here comes the 997 of Russell Sable and Sean Siddell, the number 17X.
Race 17 on the line here, 30 plus. This should be a good race. We got the 601 of Byers, the 604 of Schaefer Knocker.
The X of John Romaniak. Byers gets a good jump, but I think that's the 13 of Justin Betchard.
Byers cuts in there. He takes that whole shot. He played that first turn just right, waited, and then dove inside and took the line away from Beckard.
Schaefer Knocker looking to try to make that pass to second early in this race. That way we don't have to follow. And there he goes up the inside, throws a little slider. He's nice to the 13 of Justin Betchard. These guys got work tomorrow, so.
That's right. These are the guys that are still young enough to be really fast, but they're definitely going to work on Monday.
That's right. The 13 is holding off the number X of Romagnac, but Romagnac does make the pass at the bottom of that berm for the finish line. Dustin Byers starting to get a commanding lead over the rest of the field.
He's getting comfortable out there. He's throwing it sideways. He's having some fun.
Byers making it look easy out here. Here comes the rest of our pack. Schaefernacher, Romagnac, Betchard, Piro, and Kyle Vaughn.
Great shot of Byers coming here through the whoops head on. Great overhead shot here of our Rad Designs build at the Route 62 MX Amateur Supercross. Brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. White flag is out.
Byers killing those whoops yet again. If we had a segment time, I think he may be one of the fastest here today. Getting on top of those, clicking third gear. Maybe we should add that in at some point.
I think we could do that.
Start running some segments.
He definitely, once he's in them, he does not let off. Byers will bring home that win in this 30-plus class. All these racers will advance to the main event. They are racing for gate position. Up next, race 18, Schoolboy 1.
Oh, there's the 36. I believe that's Raleigh Owens. Yeah, that's Raleigh Owens out front early in this Schoolboy 1 class. Followed by the 577 of Briar Bullock, the 991 Ridge Berge, 231 Eric Pattison. Let's see here. The 109 Balin Russell. And the 138 of Gavin Hankinson.
Owens out to that early lead. He did look good in practice. Had some aggression. This is primarily a 125 class.
These boys are stretching that triple, carrying that momentum through it. They don't have a lot of power, so they got to carry their speeds all throughout these berms, these flat corners, the whoops. Looks like Ridge Berge is stalking on the 577 of Briar Bullock, carrying some good entry speed around the outside. See if he can make a pass work here or start setting it up. Looks like he's going inside, but Briar also does.
Berge looks like he's got a little bit more pace, just can't quite find that opening to make the move on the 577 Machine Bullock. Meanwhile, Owens.
Oh, side by side. Berge jumps to the left, takes that second position over the 577 of Briar Bullock.
Bullock not able to clear that finish line double, and that just goes to show you what just being able to do these obstacles can do.
That takes some awareness.
It does. Some trust in your competitor.
That's right. Berge looking good through these whoops. Let's see if he can make a push on the 36 of Raleigh Owens here. About a lap and a half left.
I don't know if Owens realized he's there.
Berge taking some of these inside lines, really getting up close to the leader here.
Let's see if they both are going to make this double jump. Impressive. Owens still made that kind of midway through that turn. Didn't quite have the run, but still was able to pull it.
I think if there's anywhere Ridge could make a pass, it's after the whoops or in our 3 roller section before our start straight. So let's keep an eye. Berge gets a good run through there, catches back up to the rear wheel, but he's got about 3 corners left, about 2 bike lengths behind. Outside, not able to make it stick there.
He's going to have to dive to the inside here, but it looks like Owens is guarding pretty well. Going to take home this Schoolboy 1 heat race win. Berge, if he can get a good jump in this main event, I think he looks like he's got a little bit more roll speed into these corners. I think just that alone,
that's right.
He can maybe pull him a gap, but he's got to get that whole shot. He's got to make early moves.
I think Raleigh's got a little bit more speed through these rhythm sections, but Berge makes it up in the whoops, and coming into that finish line corner, dives a little bit deeper on that front brake pretty hard. Up next, we do have race 19.
PitBike Open A, B, and C here. We've got another look at the number 2 of Bo Walton.
It looks like we only have 3 riders.
Oh.
So we're missing the 2 of Bo Walton.
Bo is not in this one.
And it looks like this number 7 of Johnny Good is not in this one as well.
We'll have to get the scoop between races here, see if maybe there was some mechanicals or, why they decided not to run this class.
But for now, we do have the 114 Mason Castell leading Zach Boardman out there. Both of these riders on Piranhas. And in that 3rd spot, that's the 29. That's Aaliyah Drake. Coming around for our green flag, Mason Castell still leading the 13 of Zach Boardman.
Casto comes around one more time here, still holding down the lead on that 114 machine. Boardman on the 13. Keeping him in sight, but not close enough currently to make any kind of move. On screen there, you see we have Drake on the 29 machine as our leaders come back around.
Looks like Mason Castell must have hit a false neutral in that corner, allowing Zach Boardman just to gain a little bit of ground.
White flag is out for our leaders, Casto and Boardman. going 1 and 2 here. Boardman started to put a little pressure on Casto. Both of those riders doubling into that. Casto looks like he's pulled a little gap out again here.
Mason Casto trying to keep that front end light through the whoops. She's a rider up ahead. That is the 29 of Aaliyah Drake in that 3rd position of Pit Bike Open. And there is Carson Minton cheering on his buddies, Mason Casto and Zach Boardman. Race 20 up next. Open D, first-year rider. So these riders, their wheels cannot leave the ground. If you're an Open D rider, that means you are a full beginner. You should not be jumping. They're just out here to have fun, essentially.
No doubles. No doubles, no triples, none of that stuff. Is that what you're saying, Jack?
That's right. So all 3 of these riders, we've got Briston Richard, Joshua Butcher, and Austin Reese.
Revs are up.
We're wide open.
Here we go. We've got an electric bike in this class, it looks like. Joshua Butcher.
And we've got
that
the
is
3 cycles of all dirt bikes. We've got 2 strokes, we've got 4 strokes, and we have electric dirt bikes in this Open D.
quite the mix here. Now, little note here, the Joshua Butcher number 18 machine is the owner of the Electrics Moto Shop, one of our 62 sponsors here, out there showing what his machines are capable of. Number 7 machine of Richard still out front holding that lead down. Butcher close behind. Pretty impressive. I know Butcher runs some of the GNCCs on these electric bikes, and from what I understand, he can get through a full nearly 2-hour GNCC on one of his electric bikes on one charge, one battery.
That's pretty crazy.
The technology is definitely getting so much better.
I've seen online where some of these dudes are running off-road races, and they'll be on a Stark Varg, and they'll have to pull in. They'll jack the bike up like it's a car, slide that motor out from the bottom. I think it's only held in by like 2 or 3 bolts.
Yeah, those big batteries are kind of just sitting in there,
free floating.
It's almost like a tire change in NASCAR.
Right.
They drop them out and put the new one in and keep on going.
But if you're on an electrics, you don't even need to do that because these batteries will last you a full GNCC. So a huge shout out to the electrics company.
Yeah, if you're in Gahanna, stop by and check him out. He's got a showroom full of bikes, different options, parts, accessories.
Best in the business.
They work on them there.
Really good people too.
Very, very good. Did a little dealing with him myself this year. Great to work with. Super easy process. Out front still, the number 7 of Richard out of New Alexandria, Pennsylvania on that Kawasaki machine. White flag out. Austin Reese on that 604 machine. Keeping Butcher in sight.
Richard is a 14-year-old, so he is the young buck in this class. Joshua Butcher, 39 years old. Austin Reese, 31 years old. So Richard's kind of getting his feet wet in this dirt bike scene.
Yeah, 14, one of the young guns here. Richard will come around one more time, down this straightaway, make this right-hander and take that checker flag. Winning this Open D first-year rider, race number 20. Butcher across the line in second, followed by Austin Reese. Race 21 on the line. PitBike Youth Open. These riders are between 11 and 15 years old.
And the card goes sideways. The gate drops. That's the 36 of Quentin Melling out front early. The 431 of Colin Benjamin up his side. Here they come.
76 machine gets a little loose there early on. That would be Parker Chappell coming down from Dover Center, Ontario. Another Canadian making the trip down. Looks like Chappell's starting to put the pressure on Mealing. .431 of Benjamin comes around in third.
Weston White, the number 13, in that fourth position. The son of Annie White, who is also Full Throttle Images, giving away some whole shot awards today to some select classes.
Yeah, that is awesome. She seems like she's always giving back at these rounds, trying to help these racers out.
That's right. Annie actually provided for our pro day that we had a couple weeks ago. She provided all of our signing posters.
Oh, that
for the
is
kids.
awesome.
So we appreciate Annie for doing all that.
You guys had a great crowd out there, giving some posters away, signing some stuff for the kids.
Oh, Weston getting a little loose. But here we come to the battle for the lead, the 36 of Quentin Melling and the
Chappell.
76 of Chappell.
Chappell is all over Melling right now.
Chappell almost threw a nice little block pass after the whoops that last lap. So maybe we'll see something again and see a lead change.
Just a little bit closer, he probably would have made it stick. Bouncing through this finish line rhythm section, giving that TTR everything at once. Trying to make the move into first here. Will we see him hug the inside? Not quite. See if he can make a run through this whoop section.
Oh,
into
it looks
the
like
lead.
the 76 of Chappell gets a great run.
Chappell will take that white flag, one to go. One last time down the straight stretch. Chapel will take your lead, take your race 21 heat race win, followed by the 36 of Mealing, 13 of Weston White. Got the 431 of Colin Benjamin, followed by the 050 of Alex Ackerman. The 923 of Mac Frazier over the line, followed by the 536 machine of Gavin Kenny.
And look who we see down on the line yet again. It is the number 1. Stacking up those Ohio State AMA number 1 championship plates.
Yes, she is. Let's see if the number 1 of Ashley Card can do some damage in this race 22 women's 12 plus.
The 14. Brittany Matcher. We need to get to the pits.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Sydney Colwell second, Ashley Card third.
Card on what looks to be maybe a super mini here. Looks like a different bike than yesterday. She went on a Husqvarna yesterday. Today she's on that KTM machine. She's definitely putting the pressure on these 125s though. Our leader out front, the number 14 machine, is
Sydney Colwell up the inside.
Great move.
Able to make the pass stick. Oh, but we've got a race.
We got some bumping. I stand corrected. Both those front runners are on 254 strokes. So our third place runner right now, Ashley Card, definitely at a disadvantage here, but still putting on a great race, putting the pressure on these two front runners.
It looks like we've got the 413 of Kinley Good over there on that tabletop. These riders will have to slow up when they see a caution light or flag.
She was able to get that machine fired up and get going again. Colwell.
A battle for second.
There goes Card, busting out that back table triple. Not afraid to send it over some of these jumps, that's for sure. Now she's going to put the pressure on our leader.
Sydney Colwell sure does put in a lot of laps here. So she is trying to get it done in this women's 12 plus class over the number 1 of Ashley Card.
Again, Card just sending it through these rhythms, trying to overtake our leader in the whoops. Can't quite get it done.
We are 3 wide through that whoop section.
Let's see if Card can make a move here, jumping out of this rhythm. There she goes again, right on by. Great move, up the inside. Let's see if she can shut down this inside line, and she does.
1 lap to go for our women's 12 plus class. This is race 22. Let's see if Sydney can use that 252er advantage over the Super Mini.
Super fun racing here at Route 62 today. Let's see if maybe Colwell picks up on that line in the back as she follows Card through this section. Ashley Card, yet another win here in race 22, women's 12 plus qualifying race, followed by Colwell.
Oh, we've got another good race down here. Schoolboy 2, race 23 on the line. Warming those bikes up. Eager for that gate drop. We've got Braden Hughes, Pierce Frice, Raleigh Owens, Caden DeVergiak, Hugh Lassater, Cole Showalter, and Johnny Good.
All right, Jack. So we've got Schoolboy 2 on the line. Now, we've got Schoolboy 1 and 2 today. Can you kind of explain to the folks at home what the difference between these two classes?
Yeah, so Schoolboy 1 and Schoolboy 2 are a little bit different. Schoolboy 1, these Schoolboy riders can only ride up to a 125. They are allowed to ride a Super Mini or a 125, but once you get to that Schoolboy 2 class, you can only ride, I believe it is a 125 and a 250 only. So no Super Minis in Schoolboy 2.
All right.
But you can ride a 250. 12 to 17 is our age range here.
Looks like Tverziak out to the early lead yet again. Our front runners here busting out the big lines in the center. Tverziak clean and fast through the whoop section. Triple. Haven't really seen that much today, Jack, in that back section. People going table over and then clearing the tabletop out and singling into the turn. So that's another variation that this Rad Designs track has given us here.
That's right. Shane really gives us some good options. Did you catch what happened to the number 6 of Braden Hughes by chance?
I did not. The 94 machine of Showalter.
Braden Hughes could be a contestant in this class for that main event, but it looks like he's in that 5th place spot right now. Cole Showalter and Raleigh Owens battling it out for that 2nd and 3rd spot.
Tverziak cleans another lap here, winning this Schoolboy 2 class, race number 23.
Hugh Lassater running up that number 4 spot. Oh, we have, it looks like the number 6 of Braden Hughes never came out of our back section. I'm not sure if we had a crash or a mechanical.
It looks like he might be sitting on the bike. Hard to see from here. He's sitting behind that big berm before the whoops.
That's right. Oh, he is back up and rolling. Tough break for the number 6 of Braden Hughes.
I'm going to guess he went down, Jack. He looked like he was fiddling with his handlebars, maybe bumping his levers back up into position.
That's right.
But no mistakes for our leader here out front, the 23 of Tverziak. Smooth sailing so far. We still got a little battle brewing here for 2nd as we see the 94 machine of Showalter feed off in the whoops, but holds it together, makes the turn. The lap before, actually, we saw the 16 machine do kind of the same thing. Definitely one of the more technical aspects of this track this weekend.
That's right.
As we see Showalter come across the line here in 2nd, Owens in 3rd.
Here comes Braden Hughes around to get that checkered flag. Take a mental reset for that main event, maybe even a physical reset. Just try to get that body back under control and head straight to the main events.
Go back, straighten the handlebars out a little bit. We've seen it before here at Route 62. LCQ winners win the main event. It does happen. Race 24 on the line. PitBike stock and mod. And these bikes have clutches, so they will be able to build a little more power out of some of these corners, maybe do some more of these obstacles. Looks like the 48 machine tucks in behind.
That's
43 Seats. Angelo Seats out of Ashland off to an early lead. Not going to miss that guy on the track, that's for sure, with that neon bike and matching hoodie.
I'm wondering if he color coordinated this outfit in the graphics today.
I would have to think it is not a coincidence. The 48 machine of Kellogg putting the pressure on here. Really a pretty tight four-way battle between these top four riders. Seats is still holding on to that number one spot. The 48 of Kellogg in second. Getting some pressure though. I get a number out there. Looks like the 302 of Trunk making the move on Kellogg into that second spot. Trunk is going for the lead here. Passing our leader through the whoops.
Man. Using the bottom of these berms, the tops of the berms, running any lines they can to make some passes in this pit bike stock mod clutch class. Seats is not done though. He's pulling up the side of the 302 Jonathan Trunk.
Going for that block pass. Just off screen, and it looks like he regains the lead, at least temporarily.
Side by side, let's see who takes control. It is the 43 of Seats.
Seats.
Trunk not done yet.
No, they are bumping elbows. That's what makes these pit bike classes so fun. The speeds are low.
Don't count out the 48 of Garrett Kellogg. He's been able to double through these whoops and make a good run, and there he goes. Good. Kellogg from third to first.
Good call, Jack. You called it. Kellogg with the execution through the whoops.
That's one of those situations where you can sit back, relax a little bit around the rest of the track, and make that last, I guess, 2-lap push. I thought there was a lap to go. But yeah, one more lap for your new leader, Garrett Kellogg, followed by the 302 Jonathan Trunk and Angelo Seats. In fourth, close behind, is Connor Sobey.
Sobey not giving up either. One thing about these pit bikes, especially these more stock bikes, is they are a workout around this track.
That's right. Small wheelbase, not very much suspension.
No, the motor doesn't wear you out, but working the bike, trying to get the very most out of these things, will just wear you out.
But there is Jonathan Trunk back to the lead, kind of letting that front wheel float over the whoops versus Garrett Kellogg's doubles. So we've had a lot of passes back and forth in this moto.
A lot of options, showing you some different techniques. Both work great. Trunk with a look over at Kellogg. The 302 of Jonathan Trunk will take the win in the pit bike stock mod class.
Angelo Seats third, Connor Sobey fourth. And it looks like the number 9 of Drew Sprang in that 5th position.
Great racing yet again. Race 25, College Boy 14 to 24 here. We've got our very own Caden Walton yet again on that number 1 machine. We've got our 250A winner, Weinzier.
Yeah. I can't help but note we have 2 fast classes coming up on our race order. 25 plus is race 26 after our College Boy moto. And that's big brother Austin Weinzier.
Caden Walton going for the inside, but loses the drive out of that first corner and gives up the first and second position to.
So these two are brothers who are first and second. Austin Weinzier, who is 19 years old, is currently leading his little brother, Caden Weinzier, who is 17 years old.
All right.
Caden's running his first A race this weekend, like mentioned earlier. But, you know, big brother doesn't want to let little brother just knock on his door, right?
Nah, 17 and 19, neither of them want to get second in this race. It doesn't matter if it's a qualifier or even probably practice.
A little look back there.
They want to go back to the truck and say, I'm beating you today. So.
Oh, and little brother cuts under, able to still get the quad. Caden Walton kind of lurking behind.
Caden Weinzier looking absolutely phenomenal through the whoops today.
All three of these riders doing those big lines. Oh, but we do have not a rider down, but some tough blocks down. Someone must have been berm blasting. Caden Weinzier looking flawless in those whoops. You know, all three of these riders do. Austin Weinzier second, Caden Walton third. And I believe that's the 007 of Stephen Beecroft in that 4 spot.
Looks like the number 14 of Caden Weinzier feeling it today, letting it hang out over the finish line, throwing some style.
When you get a fast class like this, these 4 laps go by quick. That's for sure.
Caden Weinzier will take home the win here in this qualifier race. Austin Weinzier, older brother, in second, followed by Caden Walton on that number 1 2-stroke machine. All three of these riders looking good today. I got to tell you, Jack, as a younger brother myself, there is nothing better than putting it to big brother in a motocross race.
Oh, I can imagine. Sometimes, as a little brother, you kind of learn from your older brother.
That is 100% right.
And Austin was my age growing up. We raced a lot in the 65, 85 classes. He took a small break, and that's kind of when Caden Weinzier, he started picking it up. He was super fast on 65s, 85s. Honestly, he actually rode super minis, skipped the 125 stage straight up to our 250. So it's good to see him running up in the 250A class, open A class, and still taking your win in that college boy 14 to 24 class. This is another fast class, 25 plus. We've got Tony Yusko and Mitchell France, 2 of our open A riders.
25 plus is traditionally a very fast class. At the amateur national level, you'll get a lot of your vet pros, your supercross, motocross winners and champions will run this class at Loretta Lynn's. It is no joke. These boys can move.
France going inside to protect. Yusko going outside, doubling. Trying to get outside to inside on the 347 of Mitchell France. 2 pro riders here. Both able to hit these big lines. Looking good in the whoops as well.
Yusko pulling a little bit there at the end of the whoop section, but not quite close enough to make anything happen. France looking good.
Let's see the lines they take here. Inside, outside. We're crossing. We're doubling. Yusko on the brakes hard to not tag the rear wheel of France. Yusko chasing him around. It's like cat and mouse.
Just waiting for that little bobble. Tried to make his
loses
move.
a little bit of drive there, but able to make it back towards the end of that section.
Yusko misses a whoop there, but holds it together.
Coming up on another passing opportunity, inside, outside. France defending.
Yusko wanted it.
Almost tags him yet again.
France is doing a great job of shutting down that inside line.
1 lap to go. Is Yusko going to try and go up the inside
He
here?
sure is.
He does. Takes the lead, but France cuts under.
France saw it coming.
France back to the lead. We've got 1 lap to go. Yusko trying to shut that door. Can't go to table. France has about a 4 bike length lead now, getting through those whoops clean.
France with great defensive riding there. Felt the pressure coming on, cut back down, got the drive, the inside line to take that lead back over.
That is right.
And he's going to hold on to this one for this 25-plus heat race win. This should be a good one in the main, folks.
Motocross is intense, but buying or selling real estate doesn't have to be. At the Winland team, your journey matters. In real estate, we take the bumps out of the ride. I'm Jess Winland, and I'm Katie Emily. Let's ride this journey together.
We are back here for race 27. This is the Sur-Ron Electrics beginner and advanced classes together. Out front, we have a battle here, trying to get a number on this number, looks like 11 machine of Cohen Atkins, followed by the 946 of Shane Chance. Chance starting to lose toe just a little bit to Atkins.
DJ, it looks like we've got actually a couple different classes out here. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've got, these are full electric bikes, basically full-size electric bikes, but this is an advanced and a beginner class together.
So this class itself is actually sponsored by one of our track sponsors, Electrics. And TJ and I had a chance to go over to that shop last week. TJ, what did you think of the place?
Pretty cool. They've got a nice little showroom with a bunch of different models, different sizes, for really every type of rider, full wall of parts and accessories. And then we actually got to take a little peek back in the shop area to see them working on a few bikes and what they can do, the upgrades they can put on these bikes to make them not just faster but more reliable, and suspension even is super impressive. Really, again, they got something for everybody over there.
That was the one thing I noticed is they had a size and a speed and a weight for every rider. I mean, there's no one excluded from that shop.
Not at all. And really, some of those bikes are almost the same bike, but just a slightly different model, whether it's a different, maybe a little different suspension or a little bit slower motor, smaller motor, different battery size. So, and a lot of that stuff crosses over, so you can upgrade super easy. Literally, it's plug and play. So awesome to see. Definitely the way the sport is going. more and more people are getting into the electric bikes. You know, if you live in a neighborhood or somewhere, you know, you're worried about upsetting the neighbors, nothing better. You can rip around your property still, and no one can hear you. Keeps everybody happy.
I mean, how many of our favorite beloved tracks are getting shut down from noise ordinance alone? So it's definitely another option for us.
You see it all the way at the top. At the top levels, they're cracking down on the sound, the decibel levels of these at the national level. So definitely a great alternative. Keep people on two wheels, keep them outside.
And like we said earlier, these electric bikes, we have 13 different classes on Sunday alone where you could ride something electric. Looks like we've got a little bit of a tangle in the whoop section here.
Looks like the number 11 of Atkins does take that win in the advanced class, followed by Chance on that 946 machine. The 64 of Tyson Burt in third. Those are all advanced riders.
The best part about these electric classes, when they're on the gate, like right now in the background, you hear the 125 zinging around. These electric bikes all have horns, so they're beeping away.
They can talk to each other during the race.
There's definitely a language that they use. I don't understand it.
What's really fun is when the kids are out there, you can just hear every parent, every word, and so you know the racers can hear it too. Race 28 on the line, 125 BC, and these are 12 to 17-year-old racers.
One rider hung up on the gate here, getting through just in time.
Looks like the 94 of Cole Showalter out front early on here. Like the 991 of Berge knocking on the door in second place here, trying to take over that lead position, putting the pressure on our leader. We've got the 577 in third of Briar Bullock on that Yamaha 125, that white and purple machine. Showalter pulling back out a little gap here over our number 2 rider of Berge. Again, this is the 125 class, so these are 2 strokes only.
Now, TJ, some of these big jumps, like the finish line we're seeing here, how hard is it to stretch that on a 125?
Well, that's a great question, Barry. It depends, honestly, on your skill level, but also on your size, because if you are a larger rider, I'd say even over like 160 pounds, you're going to have a lot more trouble getting over that finish line jump than, say, a 120, 130-pound rider. And, of course, how you have your bike geared and, you know, any performance upgrades, all that stuff does help. Number one is certainly skill level, but you put a 200-plus pound rider on one of these 125s, and they're probably not going to be able to make that finish line jump regardless of how good they are.
And that's going to be a little bit unlike what a 450, where that's going to lug pretty much anyone over that jump.
Yeah, 450, it's really the lazy man's bike. You can putt around that turn and get on it last minute and still clear most of these jumps with ease.
A couple weeks ago when you and I were out here riding this finish line quad here, would you say first gear on a 450?
It kind of depends on your style and how you have your bike set up. So a lot of guys will do it in second. Me, I have kind of a longer first gear on my bike, so I'm kind of at the top of first, but still making it pretty well. But I would say primarily these guys are probably hitting in second gear.
Now on these 125s, how would that differ? Because you've probably got to carry a lot more speed into that turn.
I'm going to say they're probably coming out of that turn in second, slipping the clutch hard and just leaning back and letting it eat and just hoping they make it. And most of these riders are clipping. They're not really clearing it clean, but they're getting over it enough that it's worth them to take the risk and make up a little extra time there. So it looks like our number 94 of Cole Showalter will take that win, followed by Berge. All these riders will move on to that main event, get another crack at it.
Ooh, we got a fun class coming up next. I can hear the grumblings on the line. This looks like a vintage class. What do we got? What do we got on the line here?
We've got all the colors here. We've got a Cowie, a Yamaha, and a Honda. This is a pre-2000 class, so
potentially, is that Pastrana out there and Stewart?
it sure is. Pastrana on the wrong color, though. So out front, the Yamaha, that looks like it's probably a 2000 machine. It's got that white air box. Yamaha ran that for a couple years. We got the Cowie in second, the number 7 machine of Logan Bryan. And then the 199 of Jackson Rodriguez is on that Honda, a red 199 machine.
Now, what kind of technological changes in the bike have we seen from, say, these pre-2000s bikes to, you know, a modern-day four-stroke?
Pretty much every aspect of these bikes have changed. From fork diameter, they went bigger. Chassis have all changed. Now, the KTM brands do still run the steel frames, but pretty much every other bike is aluminum frame these days. That's the big ones. Now your new two-strokes, your Austrian brands, they are fuel injected these days. So, and they're electric start. So those guys push a button. They don't have to worry about a fuel mixture. Now these older bikes, they're maybe a little bit more finicky on jetting. Even maybe pre-mix ratio, so how much oil they're putting in with their fuel. All that stuff makes a difference. I am so happy that the four-strokes evolved and are what they are, because me personally, I am not the tinkering type, but I know a lot of guys love pulling the carbs apart and changing the jets, trying to figure out what works best, what fuel to run. Speaking of, Renegade Race Fuel, our title sponsor this year. You want to get a little extra horsepower out of these machines, head on out to the pits. We've got it right here on site. We've got something for everybody. Big bikes, little bikes, 4-strokes, 2-strokes, Renegade Race Fuels.
Yeah, and if you're not sure what to run in your bike, you know, there's definitely a Renegade mixture for you. So ask around, ask Jack, ask Jimmy. You know, you'll find someone here who could definitely point you in the right direction.
Looks like the number 9 machine coming around, going to take this last lap. Devin Hall on the Yamaha. Number 9 machine out front.
And watching these three guys rip out here, you would not think they were on a 25-year-old machine.
That's a fact. And really, truly, the Yamaha, they're still making their 2-strokes. They're a pretty traditional design. I think the current model is not really much different than what we're seeing out on track right now. But if it's not broke, don't fix it kind of thing. Yamaha has kind of stuck to that over the years, and it has been a successful, proven machine. As our number 9 takes the win, Devin Hall. Number 7 machine on that KX 250, Logan Bryan.
Man, the light hits this Honda just right, and you can tell that thing's polished up. That thing is shining out there.
Yeah, those old CR frames were...
That was the thing to do back then,
Yes,
too,
it
right?
was. And they're wide, so you really got a lot of real estate there to work with. Traditionally not the favored chassis from those Hondas when they went to aluminum frames, but a lot of guys did love them, and they do look cool.
This brings us to our very last heat race. We do have one LCQ after this, but we do have our final heat race, the PitBike Stock 110 Limited. Now this is a pretty fun class too, because there's rules to this class on what you can do to your bike.
Yeah, these limited classes, there's a lot of things they can do, but there's also a lot of things that they're not allowed to change.
That kind of keeps it an even playing field, kind of some of these fun classes.
You see a lot of these guys with exhaust on their bikes, definitely different seats. I believe they can change the internals on their suspension, but they cannot change anything on the outside, no bigger forks, none of that stuff. There's definitely a whole list of things that have to stay the same from the way that you get it off the showroom floor. The Hondas are definitely a popular bike in this class. The newer 110s are fuel injected, so again, no jets, no carburetors. Throttle response is there. There's no lag really, but these Kawasaki's have been around for a while, so there's definitely a lot of things out there for them, a lot of parts.
I think the current model Cowie 110, I think, has been around since 2013-ish, whereas Honda switched to that fuel injection, I think, 2019.
Yeah, it's definitely newer. The Honda traditionally is not a clutch bike, but they do make a clutch option for it now. I've seen those online for sale. The Kawasaki's you can buy those stock with the clutch. They have actually both versions. You can kind of choose what you want.
Not really a funner sight out there than a mob of adults on small 110s just ripping around, banging elbows.
Big people on little bikes always makes it fun.
Now, have adults on pit bikes always been a thing, or is that kind of just in the...
It's been around for a while. I mean, you watch a lot of the old, maybe late 90s motocross videos, you'll see it really took off, I think, in the early 2000s. But really, as long as the little bikes have been around, back in the day with the Z50s, that was kind of where it started. The Honda Z50, you would see those guys put big bars on them and still race them. They were definitely nowhere near competitive as our modern day 110s and whatnot. But yeah, it's definitely been a thing. Anything these motocross racers can find to have fun on, to race, they're going to do it. They're going to find a way. 2 wheels, and some of them even 4 wheels. Our very own Jack Winland, he's a Honda four-wheeler. I think it's a 90 machine. Him and his buddies get together,
yeah, I
race
saw the
him.
DH Mods video of them ripping around those quads.
Yep, out in the snow playing. So pretty much anything we can find a way to have fun on, we're going to do it. As we see our leaders come around for the checkered. Connor Sobey will take the win in race 30, the final heat race, as we move on to our one and only round of consies here, the 250C.
Looks like we got a pair of guys on the line for the 250C consi. Do we know how many you're getting in?
Well, we have a note here. The top 4 will go. However, I see only 2 on the line, so really they are guaranteed a spot to move on. So I don't know if maybe a couple guys had mechanicals, because we have 5 listed, 2 on the line. So these guys can pretty much go out and have some fun, get one last look at the track before the main event, and they will both be moving on to that main a little bit later on the day. As mentioned earlier, if you are following along at home and you want to see when your racer will be up, we have the race order listed for all of the heats. Now we are on the final qualifying race. We will have a brief intermission, and then as soon as we have our race order, we will get it posted up on the Route 62 MX Facebook page. Out front we have, looks like the 497 of Braden Lundgren. But the number 9 machine of Devin Hall putting some pressure on him.
So he's hungry back there.
Yeah.
Only takes 2 riders to have a race, so we might be in for a treat here.
It might be a fun one, yeah. They look like they're pretty evenly matched here on speed. We've got the modern 4-stroke against the vintage 2-stroke here. Hard to believe we're calling something still in the 2000s a vintage bike, but ooh, panic rev by our leader, but holds it together here. The number 9 machine, yeah, off track there a little bit in that back, that sweeper kind of roller section. Looks like he got into the fluff on the edge of the track there.
That was a great save. It is a little bit loose out there on the edge. I can kind of see the dirt piled up from here.
Out front still, we have our 497 machine, Braden Lonergan, out of West Lafayette, Ohio. Looks like both these riders are 16 years old, so pretty evenly matched.
Big send there on the last part of that rhythm for number 9.
Checkered flag out for the 497 machine. Again, both these riders will move on into that main event.
All right, and if you've noticed, the gate is empty, and that is going to conclude the heat races for this first half of the day. Up next, we do have our main events. So we are going to take a brief intermission here at home. Grab some lunch. It's about lunchtime. We do want to thank our sponsors before we head out to break. So on behalf of the Route 62 Indoor Series, which is fueled by Renegade Race Fuels, we would like to thank Route 62 MX for hosting this series. We have Rad Designs for building this track, Apex Motorworks, Iron Pony, Trail City 4x4, Full Throttle Images, SNS Landscaping, Holmes Rental, FCR Suspension, Mid-Ohio Power Sports, Electrics, Minton Cycle, the Winland team at Caldwell Banker Realty, Coughlin Cars, Tough Trucking, and Thomas Boys. So we will see you guys after the break. The broadcast will remain on, so no need to switch channels. And we should be back here in just a little while, but we'll keep you updated. Just keep an eye on the screen. Thanks.
matter where you are, Coughlin is there, in-store or online. CoughlinCars.com. 13 new car brands, over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles, 17 convenient locations for sales, service, and parts, plus 4 state-of-the-art collision centers. CoughlinCars.com. Shop locally owned, CoughlinCars.com. Coughlin has the car for you.
Motocross is intense, but buying or selling real estate doesn't have to be. At the Winland team, your journey matters. In real estate, we take the bumps out of the ride. I'm Jess Winland, and I'm Katie Emley. Let's ride this journey together.
This is TJ with Premier Home Health. We proudly serve Licking County and surrounding areas for in-home therapy and nursing needs. If someone you love needs in-home care, choose Premier Home Health.
At HM Metals, we do more than just sell metal. We help you build your vision from the ground up, from durable metal roofing and siding to complete post-frame building packages. Our team brings years of hands-on construction experience to every project. We're here to answer your questions, guide your choices, and deliver the quality materials you need. And when it's time for site work, building pads, driveways, and culverts, we've got that covered too. HM Metals. Built strong, built right, built to last.
Whether you're a motocross guy or you're a woods guy or you're like a hard enduro guy, we've got specs for everyone, for every bike out there, for every rider, weight, ability level, you name it.
Stop by Throttle Mob Powersports at 4030 Back Bourville Road in Worcester, Ohio for all your power sport service and part needs.
Racers that win, pour it in, and we appreciate you.
At Salerno's Primescapes, we get our hands dirty so you don't have to. From lush lawns to retaining walls and everything in between, we handle the hard work. So all you have to do is wake up and smell the flowers.
All right, folks, we are back here at the Route 62 Amateur Supercross Series, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. Up first in these main events, we've got Open A class. This one should be a treat. We saw Jack Winland and Levi Kilbarger going at it in that first heat race, so let's see if Levi can get a little redemption here and put it to the young gun of Winland. Green, it looks like Kilbarger is lined up to the inside of Jack. He can get the jump, maybe push Winland a little wide. But we can't forget about the rest of the riders on the line. We've got Weinzier on the 14 machine. We've got France on the 347, Tony Yusko on the 689. And last but certainly not least, 749 of Michael Willard.
All right, cards down, time to go.
Here we go. Levi gets the jump.
Yusko getting in the mix.
Jack early inside, dives. Oh, Levi off the track just a little bit. France out front now. Jack looking to put the pressure. Got some bumping going on. This is a money class, folks, so these guys have some dollars on the line. Levi looking fast to the whoops up the inside of France. Can't quite get it done. Jack busting out that huge quad at the end of that rhythm section. No one else today has done that.
That is a massive secret line that he's been holding out on.
It is big. I was down there walking the track between qualifiers and the mains, and it is a big one, folks. Winland with a great drive for the whoops. What a great shot of the whoop cam here. We got a double single through the roller section there in that sweeping turn before this finish line. Winland out front. A little bit of cushion here, but definitely cannot make a mistake or France will be knocking on the door. This corner we're watching, these guys have about 4 or 5 different lines dug into that turn that they can choose from.
You were down there doing a track walk just a few minutes ago, and those whoops have not deteriorated at all. So they are just as challenging now as they were this morning.
They are holding up so good. There's no cups, there's no grooves. The tops are all pretty much dead even and level. So Rad Designs, track crew out here, they haven't touched them today. They literally have not touched the track. So great work by the track crew.
And I feel like I can see Levi just inching up here on France.
Yeah, it's tough. These guys are all so fast, and they're all doing mostly the same lines. It kind of comes down to drive through these whoops, who can break the latest in these turns, roll speed. But definitely, you got to do something to kind of stand out. And I think that's why we saw Jack kind of hold on to that big quad until it really counted. He only did it a couple times earlier today.
Levi showing the tire up there, getting close.
These guys are pushing so hard, trying to get every bit of traction and power out of these 450 machines. Levi definitely has the pace through the whoops on France, but just not quite close enough to make anything happen there. Winland out there getting into that soft stuff, looking for some traction, powering down the straightaway. Just throwing it down over the finish line double, trying to keep it low, scrubbing off every millisecond that he can. Kilbarger still knocking on the door, and not far behind in fourth, we've got Weinzier, who's kind of making his pro debut today. Definitely a strong showing.
Looks like Willard just rolled off the track here.
Yeah, Michael's not had a great day today on that 252 stroke, so I don't know if he's maybe had the mechanical or just not comfortable, but he definitely looked fast today. Winland still out front. Back to Willard there, he was just down south for that Moto Vet Masters race, and I think he did pretty well. A really old, looked like an RM 252 stroke, so down there having some fun, mixing it up with some of the big dogs in the industry, showing him he's still got it. Kilbarger just cannot find a way around the number 347 of France. Trying everything he can here.
He's got 1 lap to do it.
These pros are running 6 laps, so they got just a little more time than the rest of our racers today. In the non-pro classes, all running 5.
Take one last look at this whoop cam here.
Such a cool shot. Levi definitely has the drive, but he needs to be a little closer before the entry of the whoops to really make something happen there.
Jack seems to really prefer that outside there on that corner turn.
Yeah, he's definitely getting into that deep, fluffy stuff on the outside.
Jack takes it.
Jack Winland will bring home that number 1 spot.
Fast Jack 2 for 2 on the series so far. It's going to leave a lot of those guys hungry back there.
That's right. They're going to go back and watch this race and see what was he doing.
What was that secret line there at the end? That monster quad in the back.
And not only is that quad huge, you don't have that much room afterwards to get stopped or get slowed down for that next turn. So that might have been why Jack was favoring that outside line. He just was carrying so much speed into that turn. Race 2 on the line. We've got 40 plus. Looks like the 113 machine out to an early lead of Chris Thomas. Thomas makes his way through on that black and chrome looking Yamaha. Close behind is the 469 machine.
You know, for a lot of guys that got to go to work tomorrow, these guys are certainly not going slow.
And shout out to Edmund Moore running in second right now. Again, he is 62 years old running this 40 plus class. And he has really shown these young guns, air quotes, young guns in their 40s, how it's done. We got the 156 running third, Joshua Smiley. We got the 413 of Cuff running in fourth, AKA Tough Cuff. The 88 of Langert.
And we got a pretty clean 56 machine back here. TJ, what can you tell me about that Yamaha?
Oh, I love this bike. I was checking this thing out first round. So that is a steel framed Yamaha. I'm going to guess it's either a 450, maybe a 426, but that is one of the first generations, and that thing looks like he just picked it up from a Yamaha dealership yesterday. It's so clean. I actually saw him out in the pits earlier, and I kind of gave his fender a tap and told him how much I admired that thing. So he's got some parts on there that you can't buy these days. The White Brothers full carbon. That thing is like a unicorn if you're trying to do one of these bike builds. Really any machine, those things just, you don't find them. They don't come up for sale very often. So the fact that he's got one that is just mint condition, so fun to watch.
And not only does he have one, it's not a garage queen. He's
out here ripping it.
He's ripping it.
That's right. Not afraid to get it dirty, that's for sure. Out front, we still have the 113 machine of Chris Thomas leading the 469 of Edmund Moore. Moore is 19 years Thomas elder and still just putting the pressure on him.
And endurance-wise, a 5-lap main event, full bore here. What does that take out of the body?
Anyone who's ever done one of these indoors, it's just so busy. You don't get a chance to really take much of a break except for maybe this straightaway here. And so you're constantly trying to work the machine, and it just, honestly, it wears you out. There's almost an indoor shape that you get into over an outdoor shape. That intensity is higher, so the arms tend to pump up quicker. You get out of breath because you just don't get a break. So definitely something where if you can sneak out once a week and get up here to Route 62 and hit one of these open practice nights, definitely worth it for the conditioning aspect.
And if you're intimidated by the thought of, sharing the track with some of these fast guys, rest assured there's sessions for everyone.
That's
these
a
open
fact.
practices.
Yep.
So.
Yep, they will break the groups up by skill level and age sometimes. So Moore putting the pressure on Thomas, showing him a wheel there. Get back to our whoop cam for a moment.
Got our leader coming around here for the final turn.
Thomas looking back. He pulled back a little gap on our second place rider, and Chris Thomas will take that win over the 469 machine of Edmund Moore. Barry, this might be the first race we have all Ohio riders. We've seen such a variety this weekend again, all over this part of the country, and several folks coming down from Canada. So we'll see some of those riders in a little bit.
Well, what better time to show out for Ohio than during the state championship weekend?
That's right. Yep, these non-pit bike and non-beginner classes, all these riders are racing for a state championship here. The chance to go out and get on this Route 62 podium in the pits, get an interview with our very own Kevin Ott.
Yeah, grip it, rip it, Kevin Ott out there interviewing every finisher, on the podium.
That's right.
After every race. So
if you're on social media, give Kevin a follow. He's a fun one to watch. He is definitely an entertainer. He keeps the mood light in the pits, keeps the flow going. He's on the mic all day long. Race 3 about to go. This is the pit bike trail up to 150cc class. And we do have a couple electric bikes in this one. We're actually running 2 and 3 right now behind that Kawasaki. Looks like it's again the 283 of Austin Dyer out front on that KLX. I'm guessing that's a 140. And that's kind of a preferred bike for these bigger pit bike classes. Just more displacement, a little more motor, and they can do some stuff with that suspension, make it a little bit more compliant with hitting some of these bigger jumps, bigger sections.
Oh yeah, he's got some trick parts on that. I can see the wheels shining from here.
Off to a pretty comfortable lead on lap 1. But the number 64 of Tyson Burt on that electric machine in second. Not letting him get away.
No, I think one small mistake from our leader here in second place is going to be right there.
There's a great shot of that number 64 making his way through our whoop section. Again, we got 10 total whoops. We've got 1 starter and 9 full size, so these guys have a chance on these bigger bikes to really come out with some momentum, get on top of those. As you saw in that open pro class, those guys were just hammering, skimming across the top, making it look easy, that's for sure.
Making it look easy.
It is definitely not that easy, and those whoops are deceiving on screen. They are much bigger than they look, but again, they've held up so good so far today. The whole track really is in great condition. Traction's still there. As we talked earlier, we walked the track, and it's still just so tacky in just about every place on the track except for maybe that top right big berm you can see there where Jack Winland was getting into earlier. That's a little softer, but really everything else is good and tacky, a lot of traction. And there's some lines that have developed so these guys can take these inside or middle lines in these turns and still do some of these big sections.
Yeah, this Rad Designs track, the whoop section in particular here, has a pretty lengthy runoff at the end of it just for those guys who are kind of getting into it, need a little bit more stopping room.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of times the seat comes up and hits you in the butt, so your feet come off, you get a little loose, so you have plenty of time to still make that corner. but it also gives them a good run if a guy can really hold it on and build some speed through there up the inside. He's got a nice run into that corner to make a move.
We're seeing a couple different strategies in the whoops here in this pit bike trail class. You know, you've got some guys rolling the whole thing and others doing the double, double, double.
Yeah, a lot of these guys will just kind of bounce the front tire off every single whoop, and that's definitely faster than just rolling over them single. But I think if you can double through them on these smaller bikes, that's probably the faster way. But technique is everything, so definitely some riders out there probably could prove me wrong on that one, just based on technique, how they work the bike. Got our leader coming through the whoops right now, doing that double-double all the way through. You'll even see that all the way up to our top level, you know, Pro Supercross. Your Supercross champion, Cooper Webb, is known for doing the double rhythms through the whoop sections or jumping through them, where other riders till the bitter end will skim through them. And our leader takes that checkered flag, Austin Dyer on that Kawasaki machine.
If you can't hear it in the background, we've got the two-stroke class on the gate. Getting cleared out. And we'll get a picture of this race order on our Facebook here in just a second. That way you can reference that. I see a lot of questions in the chat here on which race are we on, which race is so-and-so in. So we're going to post that on Facebook. You'll be able to reference the top left of the screen here on what race we're on, and then check the Facebook page for the race order now that it's been posted.
All right, up next in this two-stroke race, back on the gate is the 749 of Michael Willard. So we'll see if he had a mechanical. It looks like he's got it straightened out. Maybe he just wasn't feeling it in that last race. But look for him to do some damage here in race 4, two-stroke class. Willard off to a good start. A little bumping going on. It looks like Michael was pushed off pretty wide there. He had to put some work in to get back up front. Looks like the 507 of TJ Lampier will take over the win. Willard putting in work early, back up to second place already. You're really going to see Michael Willard do some damage in the whoops today. He is no slouch.
And talk about a guy who can make a creative line. We've done some open practices where he's in attendance, and he's pulling out stuff that no one's ever seen before.
Yeah, he looks at things in a different way, and that's really the story of these top riders, is where most of us see a double-double or a couple singles, they're going to see how many jumps they can put together and do at one time, which is what really makes it so fun to watch.
A little bit of a struggle from our leader here.
Yeah, Michael really caught him there. Again, Michael is a Supercross qualifier, outdoor national qualifier, Canadian national champion. So he's a veteran. He knows his way around the track. He knows he has time. He'll probably look to set himself up before the whoops if he can. Put the pressure on. And there's one of those lines we were talking about earlier. You can't really see it on screen until they get into it, but they've got a nice rut dug in there.
All right, this is where he gained the time last time.
And there he goes.
Is he going to take the inside? He does.
I got the 507 swinging wide, trying a different line, doubling in. Michael Willard back in the lead here.
Couple laps left to see if he can answer.
Again, folks, if you are watching at home, get on that Facebook page for Route 62MX. We have the race order posted. You can track where your favorite racer will be on the day. These are primarily 5-lap main events. The Pro Boys will run 6. They get that extra lap.
All right, the white flag comes out. 1 lap to go.
Pretty cool, pretty good livery there on that bike. He's got an ode to the old Troy race team. He's got that dragon on the tank shroud. Throwback to the Honda Troy, Yamaha Troy race teams. I believe Michael rode for the Honda Troy team at one point.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy, he's looking down.
He's got a little bit of a buffer.
So he's gonna limp this thing to the finish line maybe. Up next, race 5. This will be your Open B class. You're going to see our very own Caden Walton on the number 1 KTM 2-stroke. Going up against Austin Weinzier, Justin Burchard, and Caden Tverziak. Caden's been looking good all day on that 2-stroke.
Oh, yeah. He's another guy who can create a line that doesn't exist.
Yeah, he's got good style. He's fast. And he definitely has some laps in here at the Route 62 complex. Oh, a little bobble from Walton, but it gets the power down. He's going to try to hug this inside, I think. I will say the 2-strokes, you're typically a little bit at a disadvantage with traction. These 4-strokes just have so much torque. The 2-strokes kind of build that power and then come on a little later in the RPM range, but they are lighter. They generally turn better, so you do have some advantages. And Walton is showing us right now what he can do on that 2-stroke machine as he follows the number 7 of Weinzier and the 23 machine of Tverziak. Coming across the line, we got number 13 of Justin Burchard. Great shot of our leaders coming through this whoop section. I think we're going to see Tverziak making a move here. He is putting the pressure on our leader, Weinzier.
I think he's got about 2 laps to make the move here.
Yeah, that back section, Tverziak was staying quite a bit lower through. There he goes. A little block pass, a little bump and run. Yeah, perfect execution there. But on the inside, oh, perfectly played by Tverziak. We saw the number 7 machine try to come in there and give it back, but Tverziak played that perfect, cut down at the right time. Now he's going to try to sprint and get away.
We've seen it a couple times today where the guy in 3rd can actually benefit from this.
Yeah, those guys start playing cat and mouse a little bit, and then they slow each other down and give that third place rider a chance to start creeping back into the picture, as we see here. Caden Walton putting the pressure on the number 7 machine of Wine's Ear. Oh, hold on to it, Caden. Walton all over Wine's Ear right now. White flag is out, 1 lap to go here. Let's see if Walton can make a move. Vergiak looking good out front. Plenty of cushion here. The race to watch is definitely for this number 2 spot. See if Walton can make him run through the whoops. He is very fast.
Cuts inside.
He was nice to him. He definitely could have pushed him off the edge there, but gave him enough cushion. So close. Great racing here, Route 62. Tverziak will take that win. Number 7 machine of Wine's Ear gets second. Caden Walton in third. And then we will have the number 13 machine of Justin Bircher closing out this race in fourth.
What a race. And I think we're going to see a lot of those guys later on today in some other classes too.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys running multiple classes today. All right, race 6 on the line. This is PitBike Bone Stock 110 combined with PitBike Vet 35 plus heavyweight. Our round 1 winner of Jordan Barnes out of Newark, Ohio, was our winner and qualifying winner today. So let's see if he can repeat in this main event. Rocking that sketchy squid merchandise.
Oh, someone tangled up in the gate there.
Looks like that was our number 2 from our qualifying race, I believe. Barnes out to an early lead. Yeah, I think that was the 213 of Archer, who...
He was a contender in that first race.
Yeah, he was putting the pressure on Barnes early on there. So he's got his work cut out. Barnes doing what he's got to do, out to an early lead, and he's going to try to check out in this thing.
Yeah, he's showing no trouble on a bone stock 110
That's right.
to double that whole section.
I think our number 2 finisher from the heat went down again. Archer probably pushing that thing so hard. Big mistake, so Barnes is all but checked out right now, so barring a huge mistake from him.
Another rider down in the whoop section here getting back up.
Definitely a challenging section for these stock bikes. Small wheels, minimal suspension, so they're having to really work their legs through that section.
I'll tell you one thing, it is exhausting going through that whoop section on a pit bike. Looks like Barnes has got about a section and a half lead here on the rest of the pack.
Yeah, barring a mechanical or, you know, a pretty good crash, he can just cruise this thing on in as of right now.
Archer making up a little bit of ground. He's passed about 4 people in this lap, so we'll see kind of what kind of damage control he can do here.
It appears that Archer has exited this race. I wonder if that bike was just too twisted up to continue on after going down there.
You know, the good thing about crashing a bone stock 110 is then you
he's back on.
can fix it.
He's back on. Rolling around. He's definitely a lap down now, so watching his competitor cruise on by on his way to another win here in this bone stock 110 class. Great shot there. White flag will come out for our race leader, Jordan Barnes.
I had a chance to talk to Jason Branson out in the pits earlier, and he said he had a lot of family watching back home all the way out west.
That is awesome. And of course, I think you might have mentioned that it's free, Barry.
It's free.
It's free.
You know, we have a ton of lovely sponsors. The commercials that you guys see between motos, during the intermissions, those are the people that help make this show free.
It's definitely been, you've put in so many hours getting this thing together, so many late nights, setting up equipment, early mornings here on race day, so definitely all worth it bringing this footage to you guys at home, as Jordan Barnes will take yet another bone stock 110 race here.
A little bit of style on that last jump there.
If you, another fun social media follow there, Jordan Barnes, he's always finding the photographers on the track and getting those shots. Little wheelie action, he's loving it. He's having fun. He's a huge pit bike.
He's looking up for you.
Ah, there he is. He's giving us some love. Got one of our electric bikes coming over the line here.
Yep.
Number 36 of Mealing.
Yeah, and again, we did have two classes racing there, so.
Yep, we had the bone stock 110 class and a pit bike vet 35 plus class. On the line, race 7. Open C, this should be a fun one. We've got definitely some fast racers and some good competition. Keep an eye out on that 187 of Austin Fluharty, the number 6 machine of Braden Hughes, the 94 machine of Showalter. Looks like Fluharty maybe with the whole shot here.
Cuts him off, got the whole shot.
Yep, made a move on Owens there. Excuse me, Showalter. Showalter pulling out that big table to table. The number 6 machine of Hughes fast in the whoops. That's going to make a big difference in this one. He's going to be able to make up a lot of ground and start making his way towards the front group here. Fluharty looking over, sees he's got a little bit of cushion. Great overhead shot here. These riders coming through the whoop section into that back rhythm. Austin Fluharty out front here. Now Austin is the son of Shane Fluharty, who is the owner operator of Rad Designs, track builder here at Route 62. Safe to say Austin has some hours in here also.
Probably a bit of a test rider, if I had to guess.
I would bet money on that. Shane uses him, get out there and try that. And Shane can ride too. Shane's no slouch on a bike, so that definitely helps when they're building these tracks to have an idea what works, what doesn't. So if any of you at home want to build a track on your property, hit up Rad Designs. Shane will come hook you up. Great shot through the whoops there, Hughes. Hughes must have went down. He lost some time there, lost a few positions. The 13 machine of Tverziak is creeping into the picture here.
Looks like Austin's got about a section and a half buffer here.
Showalter still running in that number 2 spot, but he is getting the pressure from Tverziak. Fluharty will take the white flag, 1 to go. The race is on for second here. Looks like Tverziak made the move on Showalter, gets that number 2 spot locked down here. Tverziak has definitely looked good all day.
Taking a look at our leader here coming down the last straight.
Oh, a little bobble, but back on track. Austin Fluharty will take that checker flag in your win in Open C class, followed by the 13 machine of Tverziak. Showalter will bring home that last spot in this Open C class. Again, these riders are battling for this state championship race. Number 1 plate in Open C. They will make their way out to the pits, to the podium, get their interviews with Mr. Kevin Ott. Race 8 about to be underway here, PitBike Women's Open class. Looks like we have 5 racers in this one. Keep an eye on that number 1 of Ashley Card. Had a chance to talk to Ashley in the pits there, and this was their first time coming down, and they've really been enjoying their time here at Route 62, having fun racing. And they said they drive about 6 hours, which isn't too bad, but they don't have anything anywhere close to where they live, so they are making the drive down here to run this Route 62 indoor. Card a little underpowered on the start stretch there, but definitely making up time. She was our qualifying winner. At the number 3 machine out front right now of Marley Anderson out of Columbus.
Got a nice three-way battle for the lead here.
Yeah, that number 14. This was how that first qualifying race went. These 3 were all right there early on, neck and neck.
Ashley cuts off. This one's going to be a heater.
Card will move into second place, putting the pressure on the number 14 machine. Card pulls ahead in the whoops.
And once again, whoop strategy shows.
Oh no, they tangle. Unfortunately, it looks like Ashley Card's leg might be kind of caught in the back wheel there. Staff tending to those riders right now is Marley Anderson out front.
All right, we got those riders untangled. We are back to racing here.
Out front, the number 3 machine, Marley Anderson, the beneficiary of that on-track collision there. Route 62 staff quick to get over there and take care of those riders and get them back on track. Race leader, number 3, Marley Anderson, making her way through the whoops here. Looks like we got a battle brewing between our 2 racers that collided earlier.
And the toughness of these racers at every level.
Yeah, they were actually stuck together there for a moment. Number 1 rider of Card got sucked into that 14 machine's rear wheel. You can tell she's definitely trying to make her way back up there and put some pressure, a little redemption. One lap to go here in our race 8 Pit Bike Women Open class.
We got our leader coming around for the checkered flag.
All right, number 3, Marley Anderson out of Columbus, Ohio, is going to take this Pit Bike Women Opens win. Ashley Card doing everything she can there to try to pass that number 14 machine of Major.
She's got one turn to do it.
Yeah, she's a little underpowered on that 110 machine, but all right, good action in that one. Most importantly, both racers fine, able to carry on and finish out their race. Race 9 on the gate 35 plus. Back in the booth momentarily will be our own Jack Winland.
All right, race 9, 35 plus.
Looks like Byers came in hot on the outside there. Put the move on Romagnac early.
Corey Schaefer-Knocker with an early lead.
Byers not wasting time, huh?
Schaefer-Knocker up and into that rear end of Byers.
Almost stalled it there.
Byers was telling me he was having a little bit of trouble in those whoops in that first heat race, but that first run, the whoops don't look like that. He was shredding through those things.
I think he's doing okay. What do you go, a couple clicks here or there maybe, Jack?
That's right.
We got Romagnac in second.
Here's an up-close look at Byers, the number 601 out of Gallipolis, Ohio. Another good run through those whoops. You can see Schaefer-Knocker knocking on the door of Romagnac. good second place battle here. 5-lap mains.
Byers is kind of out front in a league of his own in this one, folks. Already checked out. The race is on, off screen for second place here. As we watch Byers just, again, killing it through the whoops today. Looks like Schaefer-Knocker got by Romaniak for that second place position.
Romaniak not letting up though, trying to get in the insides of these berms, make some time back up on Corey. Corey protecting that outside.
On screen, Jack, the track looks shiny, like it might be slick, but I tell you, when I was down there doing a little track walk in between the mains and the heats, it felt on my feet super tacky. So in that first race of yours, that open pro class, how was it for you?
Honestly, it was still really good. The main lines, which is about a 2 foot line through these berms, they're a little slick, just getting a little bit of wheel spin. But honestly, if you kind of explore some lines, find those dark spots on the track, it's still really good. Like, you can catch a lot of traction hitting the big lines like the quad and the triple. Yeah, honestly, it still is really good.
It felt super tacky out there. We noticed you were hitting that outside berm after this very far section. You're doing that just humongous quad. And were you using that line because of all the speed you were carrying in the turn? You just couldn't quite make it inside? Or walk us through that a little bit.
I'll be honest, it seemed to be the line in the heat race, and it kind of felt like the fast line. There was almost like pros and cons of being out front early. You don't really get to see the race lines. You're just kind of running the lines that you've been running, what you think's the fastest. So I was just hitting that quad, going to the outside like we had been doing, really. And I think I kind of heard from some people that inside going single was actually pretty fast too, but I just didn't get to explore it much.
Yeah, well, they say sometimes it's easier to follow than it is to lead, so, but you didn't really have that chance, which no complaints there, I'm sure, out front early.
That's right.
So speaking of out front early, our race winner here in race 9, Dustin Byers, takes that win home, commanding lead early on. Up next should be another fun one. We've got 250A and 250B on the line.
You know, I don't see the 749 of Michael Willard in this race.
He seemed like maybe he was having some mechanicals. Even in that race earlier that he won, it seemed like he kind of limped the bike across the finish line a little bit. He was kind of looking down. So not sure there, but he is definitely not out there for this one.
Gotcha.
And out to an early lead, the number 14 machine of Weinzier, followed by our very own Caden Walton putting the moves.
Atta boy, that's our boy.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's getting his line taken away, able to go outside, keep the drive. That's some good heads-up, aware riding by Caden there.
Yeah, so really
kind of coming up the inside, and he just on the fly shifted outside to get to that berm instead of just letting him get that pass.
So everybody watching at home, Weinzier is in the A class, so your number 2 and 3 riders are actually running 1 and 2 in their own class, 250B. So you're going to see these guys going at it because they both want to take home that number 1 plate for this Ohio State Championship race. Right now, Caden Walton doing a great job of shutting down Tverziak as our race leader. Looks overall, like Weinzier.
Tverziak kind of following Caden a little bit, not trying to force an issue until he has that perfect moment. Sometimes you try to force a pass and you can end up losing double the amount of time that you lose just following.
All it takes is one little loss of momentum to not hit a section, and boom.
Both of these riders still going quad side by side.
Yep.
Let's see who can get a good run through the whoops.
Tverziak
can. Let's see if Walton goes up the inside. Tries to throw a slider. Tverziak blocks. Let's see if Caden will try to switch up, go inside, maybe go for a sweep here. Oh, makes a little bobble jumping into that outside. But Caden isn't done. He's going to try and follow these lines, see where Tverziak's getting a little bit more traction.
Yeah, Walton's searching all over here, trying to find some traction in these flat sweeping turns. So another thing we pointed out was that sweeper right by the starting line. There's like 4 or 5 lines dug in that you can really pick and choose from. So it looks like there's one preferred line in the middle, kind of dug in more so than the others, but definitely some options there.
Oh,
Walton,
Caden.
feet off, saves it. Oh my.
Kind of pushed that front end just a little bit. We're about halfway through this moto. 250A and 250B. Caden Weinzier throwing a little bit of style, throwing an oppo over that quad.
That was nice. Great shot by the Apex camera crew there, catching that one as he
Look smooth through those whoops, coming straight at us there.
Barely touching the tops there. Great technique.
Man, Caden's just so smooth, running such a good style, technique. Excited to see what he can do as he goes to A-Class full time.
Something about these tight technical indoor tracks is it's one thing to put a section together, but to put lap after lap together is so hard to do. Hitting your marks, hitting your downsides, keeping the drive out of the turn so that you can actually get up and over some of these bigger sections. So
that's right.
And then as the race goes on, fatigue sets in, it gets even harder to do.
So believe it or not, the leader of our 250B class right now, Caden Tverziak, he actually is running some Supercross suspension. Like Supercross spec, super stiff. They were out here testing, I believe it was last week, getting dialed in on this layout. They gave me the opportunity to sit on the bike and feel the forks and the shock.
Yeah.
And it's legit. Like he's running some real good stuff, I'll tell you.
And that really is an advantage because you can kind of tell on some of these bigger bikes that are really look like they're valved and sprung for outdoor racing, and it's just a lot softer. So you're going to see the bike blowing through the stroke on these transitions more, and you're really going to see, I think, more pop. It seems like the stiffer you go, the more dead the bike looks, which is kind of what you want over some of these steep faces. You want to stay low. You want kind of that dead feel.
That's right. You don't want that rear end to just compress all the way and unload when you're trying to do these big lines. And especially in these whoops. Once you get too deep in the stroke of those whoops, it's just going to want to miss. It's going to want to deflect, and you're going to be down in the bottom of those whoops. So here, Caden Tverziak comes over these whoops on the tops of the whoop, just gliding straight over them.
Yeah, now that you mentioned, Jack, you can really see that rear end. That tire never even gets close to that fender, so definitely doing its job. As our leader, Weinzier, takes the checkered in that 250A class, Tverziak coming across the line, Caden Walton. Another great race. All right, folks. Race 10 will come to a conclusion on the line. Race 11, PitBike stock mod. No clutch in this one. Again, these racers running the Route 62 Amateur Supercross Series, trying to stick with it all 6 rounds for points. And at the end of the series, there is a banquet. Looks like we got a little track work here. We got a Rogue Tough block. There
that
we
is
go.
our own Braden Anderson getting that tough block back on that corner. Shout out to Braden. Braden's actually home from the military for about another month.
No kidding.
Yeah, so it's good to see one of our buddies back here helping us here at the dirt bike track.
That's great. Somebody should have threw a bike underneath him, put him in that warrior class.
Yeah.
Does he ride?
Carson, yes, he does ride. And he's a real good rider, too.
Yeah?
Carson was talking to him a little bit earlier. I think he's just trying to play it safe. That way he can get back to base.
Yeah.
And, you don't want to mess up a career because that's something he loves to do.
Probably frowned upon if he comes back with a cast on.
Right.
All right, race 11 underway. And some redemption for our leader, Ashley Card, who we saw just a little bit ago, got tangled up as she was trying to put the moves on for first place. And she is checking out early in this one, folks.
Look at that lead. Oh, that's Angelo Seats jumping into second place.
All right. We were talking earlier, Jack. Ashley and her family are down from Canada, about a 6-hour drive.
Gotcha.
So this was their first weekend here, and they were super excited with the facility, talking about the pits, how nice the pits are, because they are heated. We advertise heated pits, but they weren't sure what that meant, and they were super pleased with the ability to be able to bring that bike in and let it warm up.
That's right.
So the thing would start, because these bikes in cold temperatures, especially electric start bikes, they don't like cold weather.
And it's super rare that you get a pits that when it's 10 degrees outside, we're running 70 degrees inside.
That's a fact. I had to take my jacket off earlier because I was getting just a bit too warm in there. So awesome to see Jimmy taking care of all the racers here and their families. As Ashley Card is out front. Again, kind of checked out here early on.
That battle for second. Angelo Seats in the all pink sweatshirt, leading the 730 of Ethan Powell. Oh, Angelo coming up a little bit short on that final triple. Not enough to slow him down, though. Here's Ashley Card through the whoops, trying to float that front end. That's Ethan Powell going insides, trying to make up some time on the number 43. Angelo able to go outside and still hit these tabletops, make his ground back up on our third place rider.
On screen there, we got the 18. Looks like Drew Spring. As we flash back to our second and third place racers here. Great battle for second going on. Looks like the 43 machine of Seats is starting to pull out a little bit from the third place rider there of Powell. Got a good battle going on here for fourth and fifth place. Just behind them coming through the whoops. Looks like the 993 of William Welch and the 513 of Stephen Welch. Little family battle going on here maybe. Back to our leader, taking the white flag on her redemption tour here after that tough last race. Ashley Card out front.
She is on her way to bringing in that number one spot.
Again, folks, if you're watching from home, hop on that Route 62 Facebook page. We have the race order posted. You can reference the little box in the top left corner of your screen to see what race we're currently on. Compare that to the race schedule and see where we're at on the day, so you can follow along with your favorite racers from home.
And that is Ashley Card taking the win in your pit bike stock mod, no clutch. Angelo Seats second. and Ethan Powell in third. That 3 is going to go see Kevin Ott up there on the podium. Thank their sponsors, tell Kevin how the race was, how the track's forming up, and yeah.
Were your first sponsors here today, Jack? Your first sponsors ever? I think I might have seen them out there in the pits.
They sure were.
Yeah?
Mom and Dad.
That's right. Here supporting again. Not only supporting you, supporting Route 62.
That's right. And it's always great to see like the other people putting on their sponsor list, Mom and Dad. Just like Ashley Card did. She specifically thanked Mom and Dad and Wild Card Racing.
I saw that. That's fantastic. I think maybe one of your sponsors is right there behind the gate.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Banner. Caldwell Banker, the Winland team.
That's right. Camera crew getting a little zoom in here, getting some love for Jessica Winland. Mini Mom. Well, not anymore.
Big Bike Mom.
Big Bike Mom. Pro Mom. Maybe slide her a couple bucks after that pro race. What do you think?
Man, I don't know. Last race it all went straight to savings.
Oh.
She's already advising me to do that for this one too. So
I'm sure it did.
There's some perks about that. She's trying to set me up for my future, save my money.
There you go. Smart mom. All right. Race 12 underway here. This is the Warrior class. Out front early, Romagnac on that X machine.
John Payro.
Such a cool class. Would love to see this thing grow as the season goes on. Again, Jack, for all those folks at home, this is a new class this year.
It is.
And go ahead and give us a little bit of background on this class, what we're watching, who we're watching.
Yeah, this is our Warrior class. This is full of the military, first responders, the people keeping us in the greatest country in the world. So they're protecting us, protecting and serving. And this is a class that down there on the line, Braden Anderson, who's holding a flag, he could be in this class as well, serving our country, helping us at Route 62 out. And I think the best part about this class is it's free.
That's right. Jimmy Walton giving back to our military and first responders here, giving them a place to come, ride their motorcycles. Just a small thank you back to these racers.
Exactly. Huge thank you to these four. We've got John Romagnac Jr., Vince Langer, John Piro, and Russell Sable making us free.
That's right. Another lap down here. Romagnac still holding on to this lead. Payro on that 825 machine. Keeping him in sight. He's not letting him get away.
Seems like the 825 is kind of turning up the heat a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's staying quite a bit closer in this one than he did in the qualifying race. So maybe he figured out some lines. Maybe he's uncorked a couple more jumps, but definitely keeping Romagnac in sight here.
Can't forget about a third place rider, Vince Langer. About to come down our start straightaway.
Great shot there, the two leaders and our third place rider all in the same frame, going different directions on this track.
Got some two-way battles.
Yeah.
And again, another great shot of our track there. That Ride Designs is put together for us. I mean, that set of whoops is honestly super good. When he first built them, I've heard a bunch of people say they were like Supercross whoops. They were steep, they were big, they were giving me a fit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I might have seen a little video clip of you getting a little wild, a little loose during a practice run maybe.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of before I got some advice from Dustin Byers and Levi Kilbarger. But
some mentors.
That's right.
Yeah. So I was down there at Intermission, and we talked about this a little earlier, but those things have held up. There is zero cupping, no chunks. They are holding shape. They're level. So great job from Shane and the crew here, keeping those things. And really, they haven't touched them all day. They have not had a piece of equipment out there since the first gate drop. So
that's right.
Awesome job. They definitely know how to build a track here at Route 62.
Yep. Look at those things.
So we're at, looks
making
like
their way through.
Romagnac will take that win. Pirro in second. Langert making his way around here in third place, followed by Russell Sable in fourth. Race 13, this should be a really, really fun one to watch. This is 250C.
Oh, I'm up and on my feet for this one.
We've got some heavy hitters in this class.
How was that open sea ride?
It was a good one. A lot of battles going on. Those boys were definitely almost didn't look like sea riders, Jack. Some of those guys were uncorking some of the bigger jumps.
Yep. Yeah, it was the 187 of Austin Fluharty who took the win in that class. But Ethan Tverziak, he is the one to beat right now. He's been able to hit these quads, the triple ins, skim those whoops, learning a little bit from his brother who was in that 250B class. And the gate is about to drop. One in the gate, though. Raleigh Owens out front. Followed by the 13, Ethan Tverziak, 629, Nathan Heiner, Austin Fluharty.
Tverziak jumps in the lead there. It looked like Owens made a little mistake, went a bit wide before that rhythm section, lost some ground there, and Tverziak just all over him right to the lead.
There goes Raleigh Owens tripling in. Let's see if Raleigh can kind of follow the pace of Ethan Tverziak. Maybe he'll even uncork that quad. Green flag flies for race 13, our 250C. We've got Tverziak. Oh, there goes Raleigh hitting that quad. Fluharty third, Heiner fourth, Richard fifth, Hughes sixth, Takis seventh, Hall eighth, Lonergan 9th, Colwell 10th, Lasater 10th, 11th, sorry.
Hard to keep
and
track.
Nolan.
Jack. There's just action all over the track right now. Battles everywhere.
Looks like our first three riders are a little evenly spaced. No one's really close enough to make a move stick right now.
Fluharty not able to do that table to table there, lost maybe just a little bit of ground.
Tverziak with a tremendous amount of whoop speed there. Looks like we have a good battle. Richard going up the inside of Hughes. Oh, Fluharty makes a mistake, can't hit that finish line. Hughes up to fourth now. Oh, we've got two riders down before the finish line. I'm not sure if that was a pass trying to be made. Looks like a handlebar stuck in the ground. That's the 629 of Nathan Heiner.
That thing is buried all the way to the base of the brake lever there. That shows you how tacky this dirt is here, Jack.
It really does.
He lost about 4 inches of handlebar into the ground.
Yep, he sure did. Got out of that main line. Well, fell from the main line to that tacky spot. And it's like it's a fresh prep.
Yeah.
If some of these riders, maybe they could, oh, that's the 187 Austin Fluharty. That was our third place rider on the Yamaha down in our back three roller section. I'm wondering if he tucked the front. He only lost one position. Braden Hughes is now in our third spot. anything can happen. As we approach 1 lap to go, the checkered flag about to come out for the number 13 of Ethan Tverziak. Chardon, Ohio, led this race from start to finish, and he is your 250C Ohio State champion. Raleigh Owens second, Braden Hughes with a come-behind third-place finish. Richard fourth, Heiner, I believe Heiner fell a lap down. Fluharty fifth.
Heartbreaker for Fluharty there. So close to that podium, but over and over again we see you just don't know till the finish. The checkered flag flies, what we're going to get here.
That's Hall sixth, Taka seventh, Lasater eighth, Lonergan ninth, Colwell 10th, Lasater 11th, and I believe Nathan Heiner was in the mix there somewhere after that fall. Tough break for him.
Race 14 underway here at PitBike Mini-O and PitBike Open Money. Bo Walton, our lone rider in this PitBike Money class, out front early on that 51 machine. I was kind of checking that thing out in the pits earlier, Jack, and the battery on that thing looks like a car battery.
Oh man, it is heavy.
It's a big battery. He needs all the juice he can get, and it shows.
Wheeling out of those whoops there.
Yeah.
That just shows how much power that bike really has. And the greatest part about this is Arden, who sponsors Bo with this bike, he has made this thing from scratch. It used to have a Daytona 190 motor in it with a 212 big bore, but he has translated this thing to a BBR V3 frame, and it's just full electric. He has worked all the kinks out, made this thing as good as possible for Bo.
So is this a bike that we'd say you can't just buy then?
That's correct. You can buy the frame, you can buy the swing arm kit, the forks, you can buy the rolling chassis essentially. But Arden has custom fabbed all this, the motor tray, lining up the sprocket, lining up everything with that rear wheel. So it's like a master class.
It's a full custom build electric bike.
I've seen him hit this finish line plenty of times. I'm sure he's just thinking it's not worth it today. Only one in the class. Let's get to round 3.
Right.
And take a win today.
I'm sure that's what he's thinking. So we've seen some heartbreaking moments from some riders coming up short on that jump, breaking chains or derailing chains. So probably just not worth the risk being the only rider in this class today.
Right.
And a commanding lead over our PitBike Mini-O class as well.
That's the 302 Jonathan Trunk in the lead there, followed by the 293 of Connor Sobey. You can see them come into frame, about to hit our whoop section. Brandon Smith, third. Austin Lusher, fourth. You can hear Bo's bike just absolutely zipping.
On screen here we have the 171 of
Mac Frazier.
Mac Frazier, yeah, as Bo Walton goes on by there.
A Route 62 local, so it's great to see him out here in the PitBike Mini-O class. Jonathan Trunk still leading that PitBike Money-O. Cleveland Films, he shoots some really good videos. I remember he was here last year for the state championship, taking some good videos, flying his drone. He's one heck of a drone pilot, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, drone the drone thing seems to be the way everything's kind of going now because they can just follow along. It's so safe, and the footage is so good. So, speaking of drone footage, our very own Apex Motorworks drone pilot Barry here has done all the Route 62 drone footage. You see our commercial in between segments here. That's all Barry.
Barry's just a do-it-all, a man of all trades.
He sure is. Master of none, maybe? No?
Oh, and here comes Bo Walton, PitBike Open Money winner.
Looks like the 302 machine of Trunk will take home that PitBike Minio win, followed by the 293 machine of Connor Sobey. Race 15 here, about to go underway. This is our 50-plus class, so these racers all have to be at least 50 years old.
There's Fast Eddie, the number 469, trying to jump out to an early lead over the 413 of Tough Cuff, Martez Cuff.
Tough Cuff putting the pressure on early here.
That's right. Trying to stay as close to that rear wheel as possible.
Looks like Moore and Cuff went 1-2 in that qualifying race, so we're getting a little bit of a repeat here. See if Cuff can put some pressure on, maybe try to take home that win today.
Edmund Moore backed by Fast Eddie Racing. You heard it up there on the podium early. Fast Eddie's here to get some wins and state championships.
That's right. Pretty cool to see here. Eddie is 62 years of age, battling with Martez Cuff, who's 51. Looks like the youngest competitor in this group. So folks watching at home, if you're not familiar with our age classes, 50 plus means they have to be at least 50 years old, but that is not limited to the 50s. You can be 60, you can be 70, anything beyond the age group number, you can sign up. You can sign up for that class. So you'll see a lot of our 40 plus drop down to 30, 30 drop down to 25 plus, but you cannot go the opposite way. A 20-year-old racer cannot race 30 plus and beyond. More out front here. Couple second gap on our number 2 rider of Martez Cuff on the 413 machine. Looks like on screen here we got a little battle between the 997 of Russell Sable, close behind the 88 machine of Vincent Langert. Looks like that's the battle for our 3rd place spot as we see Moore come around here One of our riders going a lap down. Eddie Moore takes that white flag. Martez Cuff in second, followed by the 88 machine of Vince Langert. The 997 of Russell Sable in fourth. Out front, all by himself, Eddie Moore, the 469 machine out of Westerville, Ohio. A little wheelie down the straightaway here. Moore will take this race 15, 50 plus Ohio State championship win, followed by Martez Cuff. And on the podium, 88 machine of Langert. They will head out there to see our Mr. Kevin Ott to do their podium interviews. On the line, race 16 here, 30 plus. Keep an eye on Byers. He's been pretty dominant all day. Looks like Schaefer Knocker with another good start, but again, Byers dives in there and just takes it away. Schaefer Knocker's been getting some really good starts today, but Byers is just crafty in that first turn and strikes at the right time, gets in that early lead. Lap one in the books here. Byers out front. Schaefer Knocker running second. Like Romagnac in third. Justin Betchard in fourth, excuse me, followed by looks like John Perro running fourth on that Yamaha. As we get a look here at Byers in the back section. We're going to swing it down here trackside momentarily to our very own Jack for a trackside interview. Jack's down there getting the scoop from looks like the number 16 of Owens waiting in the chute.
Here with our Heat 1 winner, Raleigh Owens of Schoolboy 1. Tell me how that first moto was and what you're planning on doing in this main event.
It was a little rough. I was pretty sore, and I just plan on going faster.
That's the goal. Well, this is the number 36 of Raleigh Owens, so we look forward to seeing him up front again in this main event. Back to you guys.
All right, we're back here. Jack down there getting the scoop behind the gate. Byers out front again in this one, but Schaefernacher still keeping him in sight, not letting him get away in this one. Hoping for maybe a little mistake from Byers. Again, we are in race 16, 30 plus, so these racers are battling it out for the state championship race. Bobble from Schaefernacher in the rhythm section before the whoops. Letting Byers pull out a very comfortable gap. Only a few corners to go, and Dustin Byers will be your 30-plus state champion here at Route 62 MX. Byers will take the win in 30-plus and make his way out to see Mr. Kevin Ott for those podium interviews, get his number 1 plate. Schaefernacher will come in second, followed by Romagnac to round out the podium. Great look here on the starting line. This will be race 17. Schoolboy 1. We're looking at the 231 of Eric Pattison out of West Virginia. Such a great shot here, and then you can see behind our racers we've got the elevated viewing area for all of our family and friends out here to watch their favorite racers today. Looks like we have a rider getting maybe a mechanical sorted out here. Board is up. All right, race 17 underway. Schoolboy 1, gate is down. Looks like the 36 rockets out Raleigh Owens to that hole shot. Great start by Owens, but it looks like the 991 of Berge takes over the lead here. Looks like Berge is followed by the 577 of Briar Bullock out of Glenford, Ohio. The 231 machine in third, Eric Pattison. Berge sending that finish line on that 125 machine along with Bullock, so that is definitely a separator in this class. Another lap down for our leader, Ridge Berge out of Barnesville, Ohio, followed by the 577 of Briar Bullock on that Yamaha. So we got a good little battle brewing here towards the back. The 109 of Balin Russell. And the 138 of Gavin Hankinson. Our race leader, Rich Berge, comes back around to take the white flag, 1 to go. He's put a pretty good gap on our number 2 rider, Bullock. But these two have definitely checked out from the rest of the pack. Great shot of Berge coming through the whoops there. Clears them. You see another approach from the 577 of Bullock, doubling through. Ridge Berge will take the Schoolboy 1 state championship in this race 17, followed by the 577 of Briar Bullock on the Yamaha. Still got a battle in the back there. Third place will come across the line here of Eric Pattison. Down to the wire, the 109 machine and the 138 machine all race long just going for it. Race 18 on the line. This is a pit bike open class, so this is A, B, and C riders. Looks like we're going to have a repeat from our qualifying race here with Boardman and Casto going 1-2 here, battling early on. Both these riders on pretty equivalent machines, these Piranha pit bikes. Looks like Boardman puts the move on Casto there. Take over that number 1 spot as we get a glimpse of our 29 machine of Aaliyah Drake coming through the whoops. Small issue for Casto in that final turn, gets that bike fired back up, but Boardman now way out front. Great shot here of our next class. Open D first year rider. We've got some gate packing going on down there, so these riders can take one mechanic to the line with them. They're allowed to basically pack anything behind the gate. They're not allowed to touch anything on the front side of the gate. We're going to go ahead and throw it down to Jack Winland trackside for a quick interview.
All right, I'm down here in staging with race 20, our Sunday Pit Bike Youth Open. What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Parker Chappell. I'm from Dover Center, Ontario.
We've got a lot of people from Canada up here today for the Ohio State Championship, trying to go for those number 1 plates. How's your day been so far, and what's your plan for this next moto?
My day's been good. I got first in my heat race, and I'm ready to get on podium today.
Attaboy, all right. Well, we look forward to seeing the number 76 up front again in this main event. So back to you guys.
All right, Jack, good stuff down there trackside from one of our young riders, Parker Chappell, all the way out of Ontario, Canada. on screen here. We've got our leader, Zach Boardman, out of Bladensburg, Ohio, just down the road from Route 62 here, followed by the 13 machine of Boardman. And in frame, we've got our third place rider there, Aaliyah Drake, out of Cambridge, Ohio. Great shot down there. Our racers and family getting ready for their moto. Looks like we've got the number 114 Acasto creeping back up in the frame here. So these riders are probably approaching this white flag. If Boardman isn't careful, Casto might creep up there and put some pressure on him. Casto in the same lane as Boardman. Definitely going to have to do some work here if he wants any shot at taking this win. Little bobble there from Boardman, but it looks like, yeah, Casto just couldn't quite make up the ground, so Boardman is going to take the win here in race 18, PitBike Open, followed by the 114 of Mason Casto out of Pataskala, Ohio. All right, on screen we've got race 19. And one of our series sponsors, Josh Butcher, owner of the Electrics Moto Shop right here in Central Ohio, Gahanna, looking to do some damage in this Open D first-year rider class on that electric bike. Aaliyah Drake will round out our podium there in race 18. All right. Open D ready to go here. This is our first year riders, first year racers, so they are pretty constricted on the rules of this race as far as the obstacles they're allowed to do. No doubles, no triples. We call it wheels on the ground, but really just means they can't really put two jumps and make them into one. They have to roll every obstacle. Out front early, we got the 604 of Austin Reese, followed by Briston Richard on the Kawasaki number 7. And then Josh Butcher close behind, making a move, trying to get in that second place spot. It looks like Richard gonna power through those whoops and put the move on the 604 machine. Richard taking over that number 1 spot, but Reese battling back here, has the inside line. really a mix, about as much of a mix of bikes as you can get in one class. We've got the 2-stroke, we've got the 4-stroke, and we've got electric. Butcher keeping Richard super close in this one. Looking like he might try to hug the inside before the whoops again, try to make a move. A little bobble by Butcher. The number 7 machine of Richard again powers up the inside, takes the lead. Let's see if the 604 machine can counter. This is almost a copycat scenario from the last lap. Looks like Richard's going to hold on the lead.
Looks like we have a bit of a bike malfunction here on the final turn. And he's back.
The number 7 machine of Richard out front. Butcher on that electric machine, hanging in there. Again, these are all first-year riders, first-year racers. Richard comes around here, holds on the lead for one more lap. These are Open D riders. They are first-year racers, so as we talked about earlier, the great thing about the Route 62 indoor complex is you can literally come here almost any day of the week and get your practice in. They have open rental days. They have open practice days. And if you are like one of these riders on track and you're a little intimidated, maybe it's your first year riding or racing, generally we will do sessions and put our newer riders out on track together, our mini riders on track together, keep everybody safe, everybody having fun. So for more information on that, you can get on the Route 62 Facebook page, Route 62 website. Jimmy does a good job of posting the calendar each month of the days for rental, the days for open practice.
And if you do have a day in mind, it's no trouble. Just send the Route 62 MX Facebook page a message with the date that you have in mind for a rental. And they've got rentals kind of all day long, and you can get a day squared away, get a little 4-hour session with you and 9 of your closest friends, and kind of get the whole facility to yourself. Kind of looks like our leader, the number 7 here, has figured out these whoops. He's really going through them.
Little wheelie action here by the number 7 of Richard. He is pumped to take that checkered flag and win our Open D first year racer class. Followed by Josh Butcher on the electric bike. Electrics Moto, check them out. You can handle how they've got something for everybody, every skill group, every age. 604 machine of Austin Reese will round out your top 3. On screen, we've got the owner of Route 62, Jimmy, watching over next to our very own Jack Winland, Austin Fluharty, Caden Walton, all out there ready to help out if needed for this race number 20. PitBike Youth Open 11 to 15. As they rocket down the start, looks like the Kawasaki machine the number 76 of Parker Chappell. Our trackside interview from earlier, out to an early lead. Racing with us today all the way down from Ontario, Canada. Already making a little bit of a gap here, but boy, it's a tight battle from second back to fifth right now. We've got the 36 machine of Quentin Mealing in second. Got the 050 of Alex Ackerman coming in hot here, trying to get into that second place spot. Followed by the number 13 of Weston White. In fifth place, we've got the 431 of Colin Benjamin. Looks like Mealing's kind of figuring it out there, starting to creep up towards our leader, Chappell. But then just like that, third and fourth place are back on his rear tire.
Yeah, we got a nice three-way battle for second here.
Yeah, these guys are really going for it. Now this is a pit bike class, so this does not qualify for a state championship, but these racers still want to bring home that Route 62 hardware. Parker Chappell wants to take it all the way back home to Ontario with him. Great shot there. There's some different lines dug in. Second, third place creeping up on Chappell. Putting the pressure on. Looks like Chappell's got the whoops figured out a little bit better than our second and third place runners here, but they are putting the pressure on. As our 431 machine of Colin Benjamin's on screen. Little yo-yo going on here with first and second, third place. They close up, and then Chappell pulls back out again. Look to see if we can tell where Mealing's making up time. Looks like Chappell figured out that inside line after second, third, and fourth, all right there.
Give us a live shot of our viewing area here. If you ever do come to visit, there is brand new bleachers. When we had that pro big money race for round one, those things were stacked. It was hard to find a spot on the fence just to watch, but we have plenty of seating, plenty of standing for parents, friends, family, grandma, grandpa, and we've even got a mechanics row on track. One mechanic per rider can be on track on the mechanics row, and that view kind of coming at the camera is where those mechanics stand, where the rider can see them kind of head on there.
On track, still a three-way battle for second place here as Chappell is kind of pulled back out. Looks like he's going to hang on to this win. Ringing out that TTR 125, coming across the checkered flag here.
Weston White going for last. Ooh, just missed it.
Mealing holds off. Weston White. Ackerman will take that fourth place spot.
down on the gate, we have the women's 12 plus group, and I think we're going to have a bit of a redemption race from our pit bike class earlier.
I see some familiar names here, Barry. A couple riders were going at it. Ashley Card and the number 1 machine, and the number 14 of Brittany Macher. The number 14 machine all the way down out of Preston, Connecticut. So impressive showing here. Pulling riders from all over this half of the country coming here to race our Route 62 Amateur Supercross race, brought to you by Renegade Racing Fuels. Race 21 underway, 12 plus. Looks like the number 14 machine out to an early lead. We've got the 627 of Sydney Colwell in second, making a push through the whoops here. And then creeping up in third place, we've got Ashley Card.
Sending the big triple there at the end.
I think that's what kind of made the difference in some of our early races of this weekend, is Card is able to pull out some of those triples and really make up a lot of time. And she's creeping up here, looking to make some moves in this one, get some redemption from that pit bike class.
Here's a view from our mechanics row to kind of give you that POV of what the mechanic would see.
Yeah, they have a great elevated viewing area over there where they can watch their rider.
We are in for a treat as we've got a nice battle for first here.
Card tucks down low. I think we're going to see a pat. Oh no, our number 2 position rider, 627, is Sydney Colwell, also sends that tabletop triple at the end of that rhythm section, but Card still will not be denied. Back into that second. Oh, and Colwell slides out, trying to make a move back on Card. So now we have a battle brewing. You know, Card wants to get back up to Macher. Oh, we've got a lap down rider here. It looks like she kind of sets the bike down, is okay. Card tucks inside, makes the move. Can she make it stick? She's got the inside into this next turn. Looks like she's got it right now. Macher is on the inside for this next turn, though. Looks like Card blocks her. We'll keep that lead. In the whoops, but holds on there. Great example here to show you that it's not always about the bike, because Card out front put the moves on 2 racers on a bigger, faster 254-stroke machine, and Card is on a super mini 2-stroke, so she's definitely underpowered, but making it work today. She takes the white flag here, 1 to go. See if Macher can do some work, put some pressure on.
And I am excited to start calling this next class. It is our Schoolboy 2 class. But we have another lap for our leader, Ashley Card, out of Sombra, Ontario.
Jack joining us here in the booth. Now, Jack, you weren't up here at the beginning of this one, but Card started this race in 3rd place behind Macher and Colwell, and worked her way to the front.
Yeah, I was down there on the track with some of our boys. I saw Card try to get that pass on Colwell. Colwell tried to take it back up the inside, ended up tucking that front end.
Yep.
Just overcommitted a little bit too much, and that front kind of pushed away from her in that piece of the track that's still kind of prepped and moshy out there.
Not a lot of riders going that deep inside. That turn is so tight that really the optimal line is to hit that bank corner, get a run at that finish line. But yeah, you're exactly right. She tried to get some redemption and make the pass back on Card, but unfortunately just slid out, was able to get back up and I think finish this race in third. Card will take the win.
Here comes our last riders. We've got Aaliyah Drake, Marley Anderson, and Kinley Good.
Race 22 on the line here. Schoolboy 2. Should be another fun one.
It was 23 of Caden DeVergiak taking the win in the heat race. In the 94, Cole Showalter blazing out of that start. Taking your early lead. But there is the 23, Caden DeVergiak, taking an early pass. Owens and Showalter side by side over the quad. Showalter kind of let up a little bit there for Raleigh Owens to sneak by him. Hugh Lassater fourth, Braden Hughes fifth. This is a fast group in our Schoolboy 2 class. And those big jumps making such a big difference, carrying the momentum down that landing and able to scrub into the corner.
Yeah, we've got our top 3 riders here sending that middle section, doing that table, and then the single over table, really making up some ground over the rest of the field. Bergiak takes another lap in the lead here, followed by Raleigh Owens.
That's Braden Hughes into your fourth place now over the 38 of Hugh Lasseter.
Another shot at the whoop cam here. Bergiak showing you how it's done, staying on top there.
All 5 of these riders are Ohio boys, so you know, you can see some of these guys come to an open practice through the week, on the weekend, just trying to get their laps in. Being locals, really. Caden DeVergiak through the whoops. Flawless.
Hughes on that 6 machine, definitely looking good in the whoops today. He's definitely making up some ground there over the 16 machine of Owens and the 94 machine of Showalter. Hughes is losing time there in that center section, not doing the big lines here. So all that work he puts into the whoops, he's kind of losing in some of these bigger rhythm sections. So maybe next lap he can piece that together, make a push for third.
DeVergiak, full of style, taking that white flag and 1 lap left to go in this Schoolboy 2 main event.
shot at our whoop cam here for our leader, Tverziak. Just showing you how it's done.
You know, I don't think I've seen him make one mistake all day.
He has looked pretty flawless.
Up and over the finish line, taking the checkered flag. Your Schoolboy 2 Ohio State Championship. Raleigh Owens in that second spot, the number 16 out of Felicity, Ohio. Cole Showalter third, Braden Hughes fourth. Hugh Lassiter in that fifth place spot.
Race 23 on the line here. Gate is down. This is the PitBike stock and mod PitBike class with clutches are allowed in this class. Looks like Trunk working his way out front again. He's been on it all day in these PitBike classes, trying to work on our leader. That looks like Angelo Seats out front. Trunk close behind in second, but third and fourth are right there as well. So we've got a four-way battle for the lead here.
I do remember the 48 of Garrett Kellogg. He was able to double through those whoops earlier. That was where he was making up all his time. But Cleveland Films, Jonathan Trunk, number 302, he was able to carry that front wheel over those whoops, kind of just start gliding.
Definitely fun to see the different approaches here today.
Angelo Seeds trying to get it done in this PitBike stock mod clutch class, but there's Jonathan Trunk to the lead. Angelo makes a mistake, makes Kellogg make a mistake, so there is Sobey in that number 2 spot. Trunk, Sobey, Seats, Kellogg, Maxilin, and Spring. Coming through these whoops, Jonathan Trunk trying to get that front wheel over. Connor Sobey starts the double. Looks like he's making up a little bit of time on your race leader.
As you say that, Jack, Kellogg doubles past Seats as well, so those two have definitely figured out the fast line through this whoop section today on these pit bikes.
He's exactly right. Looks like we've got about 2 laps to go. This is about where the endurance part starts weighing in and playing a factor.
These small pit bike machines are such a workout because you're, especially in the whoops, you're just constantly working the bike with your arms and your legs, trying to get every little bit of power and traction out of them that you can, trying to stay low over these little jumps, trying to keep the power to the ground here. Looks like our second place rider of Sobey went back to kind of skimming through, bouncing through as Kellogg continues to double. Trunk still out front. Trunk does a quick look over to see how far the lead he's got here. Not enough to cruise, that's for sure, because Sobey is looking to take advantage. Sobey doubling into that rhythm section. Sobey back to doubling here, making up some grounds on trunk. Will it be enough?
Checkered flag in hand, waiting for our two riders that are trying to battle it out for that top spot to come around. Connor Sobey inside, not close enough, but that's the 302 of Jonathan Trunk, taking your PitBike stock mod clutch win. Garrett Kellogg third, Angelo Seats fourth, Adam Maxwell fifth, Drew Sprang in sixth place.
Up next, race 24, another heater jack. We've got College Boy 14 to 24. Again, some heavy hitters in this one. Both Weinzier brothers.
Oh, that's right.
Got Caden Walton. We've got the 007 of Stephen Beechcroft. Excuse me, Beecroft. The 191 of Delaney Haynes. Oh, looks like the brothers battle to the first corner here. Let's
Big
see who
brother got a jump. There's
Walton
Caden Walton.
comes in hot.
Comes in, lets him know.
In theory, that was a great move, but he just didn't have the traction to get the drive.
Oh, Austin slides out on that face a little bit like I did in that heat race this morning. Just trying to give her the beans.
Yeah.
And slides out a little bit.
Looking
Austin
over his shoulder.
checking.
He put the move immediately back on Caden Walton.
And Caden kind of used the move that I did in that main event, trying to get up the inside, take that lead early, but just couldn't make it stick there. Caden scrubbing, putting it all out there.
Walton to the inside here, puts the move.
Oh, he makes it.
Great racing here for second place as these two battle it out.
Oh, but he goes back up the inside, hits him. We've got a tough race here.
You see Weinzier looking over his shoulder. He's expecting it to come back and get him here, but Walton not close enough to make it happen.
Let's see if Caden can try to mount up a charge. We've got about 3 laps left. Both of these riders leaving it all down on the line.
As they battle, though, the number 14 machine of Caden Weinzier just is creeping away.
Man, he's carrying a lot of speed into that flat section.
Walton is trying to track down the number 7 machine of Austin Weinzier. Caden very fast with the whoops today, making up some time.
Coming in real fast. Love hearing that two-stroke sing.
Scrubbing onto that table.
Going outside, jumping in. Wide open down this straightaway, seeing if he can make some time up. He is leaving it all out there.
Yes, he is.
He's knocking tough blocks off. He's trying to find that. He's just trying to find the traction out there.
He's doing everything he can here to make up some time and put himself in a position to put a move on the number 7 machine.
That's right.
But again, he's on that two-stroke, so he's at a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to torque. He doesn't quite have that low-end lug ability, as they call it.
What a run through the whoops.
But you see
Austin still looking back. That may end up hurting him in the long run. But Caden having a great ride to try and get back on the rear wheel of number 7, Austin Weinzier.
1 lap to go here. Things are heating up. Caden Walton.
Caden is giving it 110% effort.
Oh.
Throwing some stees over that finish line.
Off camera, but it was a good one.
Love to see it. See if Caden can mount a charge up through the whoops. He looked phenomenal through them last lap around.
If he can get close enough in this turn, I think he can make a run through the whoops here on
Outside,
Weinzier.
he's carrying speed in.
He wants it.
Oh,
there
he's
he
got
goes.
to run.
Beautiful.
Up the inside, but Weinzier's not done. Caden able to triple. What a ride.
Great action. Weinzier trying to triple out. And
Walton
move back.
trying to block. Goes inside to protect. One last straightaway. Can he keep it? Up the inside. What a smart ride for Weinzier there. Photo finish. I think that was the number 7 of Weinzier who took it by about a knobby. Unfortunate for the number 1 of Caden Walton, but it was Austin Weinzier.
That might have been the race of the day, Jack.
That was 100% the race of the day. And it couldn't have been with anyone better than our own Caden Walton.
Up next, race 25, 25 plus. Again, some heavy hitters in this one.
I expect this one to be really good as well. We've got Tony Yusko and Mitchell France, 2 of our Open A riders. These 2 battled really hard in that first moto. It was Mitchell France that ended up coming home with the win, but Mitchell's really been having a flow lately.
Both riders just on it through the whoops there, flawless.
See what their line choices are. Mitchell comes in hot.
Yeah. Puts the pressure.
Yusko down. Tucks that front end. Tough break.
Yusko has been fast, but unfortunately, the first 2 rounds, some mistakes have cost him some good finishes here. Mitchell France out front. Running in that second spot now, TJ Lampier all the way out of Connecticut.
Mitchell France, the 347, Fort Gratiot, Michigan. Looking to go 1-1 here in our 25 plus class. Tony Yusko back to 3rd after tucking the front while being in the lead. That's TJ Lamphere in 2nd out of Preston, Connecticut, owner of Dirt Care.
France getting loose over the finish line double. Throwing a bit of an oppo there in our center section. France putting on a show for all the spectators here in the stands.
And Yusko's kind of putting a charge on TJ Lamphere. It looks like we have 1 lap to go. So, man, France just laying it down on that finish line.
He's feeling good.
1 lap to go. Our 2nd place, 5:07, TJ Lamphere.
I didn't do it that time, but last lap around he threw a big old oppo. Out there having fun.
Oh, we're wheel to wheel for 2nd place. Tony Yusko behind the 5:07 of TJ Lamphere.
Oh, Yusko
can't hit the
make it.
quad. I don't know if that'll be enough now that he's not able to capitalize.
On screen here in the whoops, you see Yusko trying to catch the number 507 machine of Lamphere.
But here comes France. A phenomenal ride. Heel clicker.
Little treat for the folks at home there.
TJ Lamphere able to secure that 2nd spot. Tony Yusko 3rd. Tough break for him after losing that front end in our turning roller section back there.
That's a tricky section. It looks like it's getting pretty shiny back there, a little slick. And he's got some loose dirt on the edges. I imagine a little bit easier to push the front if you're not really, really focused or if you're just pushing too hard.
There has been several riders that have been trying to make up time there, and it's just been costing them. Not necessarily Tony, but our other classes.
Race 26 on the line here. We got basically a full-size electric bike class, beginner and advanced riders in this one, so we're going to see a mix. Looks like a repeat of the qualifier again here. We got Cohen Atkins on the 11 machine, followed by the 946 of Shane Chance.
We do have 2 classes combined in this gate drop. We've got the Electrics Beginner and Electrics Advanced. Cohen Atkins out front early over the 946 of Shane Chance. In third, we've got Tyson Burt. And there's the leader of our beginner class, Channing Blackstone. We've got Joshua Butcher out there, Levi Burt. All silent out there on the racetrack now. That is still Cohen Atkins in the lead. Shane Chance following behind with Tyson Burt rounding out your top 3. All those 3 riders are going to get a chance to go up on the podium with Kevin Ott. Do some podium speeches.
Kevin out there definitely keeping it fun, doing the interviews, keeping things flowing all day long on the mic. Does our riders meeting. He kind of does a little bit of everything here at Route 62. It's a familiar face. Has raced himself all over the country.
I hear the horns blazing, coming down that straightaway on the electrics. Is that
That's number 11 machine. Cohen Atkins still out front. Stretch the gap here over our number 2 rider, Shane Chance, on that 946 bike. It's kind of hard to keep track of some of these racers because they don't have side number plates, and the front number plates are kind of small, so you really got to pay attention when they come by.
There we've got number 11, doubling those whoops.
Checkered flag waves for the number 11 machine, Cohen Atkins.
And we would love to thank our sponsors here of Route 62 MX. We've got Rad Designs, Shane Fluharty, bringing us the best layouts possible week in, week out. We do change our track layout for every race this winter. Typically Sunday night, Monday morning, Shane Fluharty and his son Austin Fluharty out there working hard on the track. I believe for this next layout, it's going to be a full track change, like a reconstruction. Our first 2 rounds, we kind of kept this similar layout and kept everything similar, but this next one's going to be a full track change. We'd like to thank Apex Motorworks bringing you live with us, making these amateurs feel pro, make them feel like they're running a professional supercross race. Let mom, dad, grandma, grandpa watch from home, your buddies, anything. We've got Iron Pony, Trail City 4x4, Full Throttle Images, Annie White down there on the track, SNS Landscaping, Holmes Rental, FCR Suspension, Mid-Ohio Power Sports, Electrics, Minton Cycle, Carson's down there doing the 1-2 board, the Winland team at Caldwell Banker Realty, Coghlan Cars, Tough Trucking, the Thomas Boys, and Schmitty's.
All right, out on track, race 27 going down. We've got 125 BC. These racers are 12 to 17 years old. All 2 strokes, all 125s. Looks like the 94 of Cole Showalter out front. Showalter comes across in the lead, followed close behind is the 991 of Berge. Third place, the 577 of Briar Bullock. All racers we've seen previously today. All out here ripping around these 125 machines.
The best part about our 2 leaders here, we've got Cole Showalter and Ridge Berge. These 2 are like best buds. They come practice together, they come race together, they're pitted together in there. So what better than having some good racing fun with one of your best friends?
Yeah, that always makes it fun. You know, you can kind of run it in on each other. You're not going to be too surprised if you do a little bump and run, rubbing some elbows. Bragging rights back at the pits, like you said, they're pitted together, so you know they can go back and bench race after it's all said and done.
Cole hitting these whoops, trying to get on top of them. Berge threw them as well. Stretching that finish line, making these 125s work to get over that.
Yeah, and I see Showalter here. One of the sponsored lists is one of our own track sponsors, FCR Suspension of Wheeling, out here making this thing perform. They were here for round 1, helping get riders set up, get their machines tuned. Great guys. We had a chance to talk to them down in the pits.
FCR was even here last weekend with these 2. They rented the place out, just had the night to themselves, had a good night rental.
Doing some testing?
Yeah, just making sure all that suspension's dialed.
You can't beat that. On-track testing with the professionals. They can watch you, see what your bike's doing, come back, make some changes, give you their feedback. That's the perfect way to do it. White flag is waving. We are on our last lap here of this race 27, 125 BC. Cole Showalter from gate drop to finish here pretty much has been in control of this one. Berge with a little pressure early on, but Showalter will take the checkered flag. Rounding out here, the number 2 spot is the 991 of Berge.
Showalter is your 125 BC Ohio State champion.
That's so cool. We'll get a chance to go out there, hold up that plate, get your interview. Rounding out the podium is Briar Bullock on the 577 machine. Race 28 on the gate. And Jack, not only do we have a podium here, but we have one of the coolest podiums you've probably ever seen. I mean, it is wall-to-wall sponsors in the backdrop. It's huge. It's huge up there. So those guys get to get up there, and it's in front of the entire pit area where everybody can kind of check it out and watch. It's so cool. Kevin's up there on the mic.
Yeah, like you said, we're just trying to make these amateurs feel pro. Get them up on what they would feel like a full podium interview.
All right, race 28 underway. This is the vintage class open. Now this is pre-2000 machines.
That's Devin Hall out front early. Logan Bryan on the 7X in second place. Logan's been looking good in the whoops all day long. He's trying to stay up on top of those things on his KX 125. A little bit underpowered compared to the 252 stroke of Devin Hall, but Logan is making it work. Oh, up the inside. Can't make it stick, but he sure is trying. Going close.
Actually, Jack, I
going
think he's
triple,
on a
triple.
KX 250. Or I look at that header and listen to him go by. I think he might be on a 250.
I believe it is a KX 125.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty certain.
All right, we might have to put a little bit of money on this one, but
maybe we'll go down to the pits and ask Logan himself.
we'll go check it out after the races are all done here. But out front still, the number 9 of Devin Hall in that Yamaha machine. Nah, you might be right, Jack.
It might be just because he's going so fast on it. It seems like a 250.
I think he's running the gear high and lugging it pretty good. So
yep. It's the whoop speed that makes it seem faster.
That's it.
But Devin Hall out front on the number 9 machine. Wheeling in. Oh, Logan gets a little buck there. Off screen.
He came in hot.
He was trying to wheel tap in those things.
Yeah. Got a little loose, but kept it upright there.
Loose.
Bet his heart rate spiked a bit.
Just a little bit.
Such cool machines here. We got a little blast from the past.
Hanging it all out just like James Stewart would do, right?
That's right. Yep. On the same machine, matter of fact.
Here's the 199. That's like our Travis Pastrana. A full throwback here.
That is one of the first year aluminum frame bikes of those Hondas.
Wow. Logan not scared of those whoops, even after having a little mishap last lap. Able to get back on top of that and keep that flow.
Going right back at him, just hammering through him. Our race leader, number 9, of Devin Hall, coming around, taking the white flag here. 1 to go. Launching that finish line.
Logan Bryan in that second spot. Devin Hall leading us around. Jackson Rodrigo's in your third spot. Curious what year that YZ250 is.
I can tell you, Jack, it is either, it's probably a 2000, being this is a 2000 and older class. Look at that air box. It's a dead giveaway. That was only a 2-year model run, the 2000s and the 01 bikes.
Gotcha.
I had one myself. Pretty cool thing they did for a couple years, but was short-lived. Went back to the black.
I'm missing our number 56 from our vintage class from last race, who had a sick Yamaha.
I think it was a 450.
Yeah,
a steel frame bike.
Right.
Mentioned him earlier. He was out in the pits, and I kind of stopped for a second and admired it. Yeah, that thing is mint condition. amazing how far these bikes have come in 20. It's been 20 years, but
Jackson Rodriguez taking your checkered flag in that third place in the Vintage Open. Heading down to see Kevin Ott. Looks like we're on our last race of the day, our PitBike Stock 110 Limited. This is a little bit different than our bone stock class. They're all 110 based. The only difference from bone stock to this stock limited class is they are allowed to have swing arms. They can have intakes. They can have aftermarket carburetors just to beef up these 110s a little bit, but still keep them limited to a stock bore size.
Yeah, and they can do some work to the front suspension, but they have to keep the stock forks. Is that correct?
Yes, you may do internal modifications, but you cannot change from the OEM style. You can see they've got BBR swing arms. They've got pipes. Pipes are allowed in this limited class. The 48 of Garrett Kellogg.
Looking for some redemption that earlier pit bike race.
With Connor Shoby not too far behind. Adam Maxlin in third. Austin Dyer fourth.
Looks like we've had a change for the lead here.
Oh.
Sobe out front, Kellogg in second. See, it looks like Sobe's going to go to jumping these whoops just like Kellogg. Even our third place rider. Looks like Maxlin, Adam Maxlin out of Cleveland. On screen, we got Levi Burt, David Skinner.
Back to Connor Sobe coming in for another lap. Garrett Kellogg, Adam Maxlin, Austin Dyer, Alex Ackerman. There, I believe, is the 1X. I believe that's Levi Burt.
One slash there, Levi Burt, yeah, out of West Liberty.
And then you've got Mac Frazier in there. In a battle with the number 69 of David Skinner. Connor Sobe has a comfortable lead now.
All right, as we are rounding out our final race of the day here, folks, just a reminder that if you are watching this on Facebook, this will be available for about 30 days for replay, but anytime in the future, you can head on over to the Apex Motorworks YouTube page, YouTube channel, and this thing will be up forever. So you can go back and catch the action again. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Apex Motorworks bringing you all the action here at Route 62. Big things coming this year.
The more we get you guys watching, interacting with us, the more cool stuff we can give to you guys. Just trying to make our amateurs feel like pro. So trying to give back to you guys.
Yeah, the feedback has been really great online. We see people commenting that they're watching from kind of all over the place, all over the country. Family can tune in from the West Coast, out of the country, wherever it is. Get on that YouTube page, YouTube channel, excuse me, and rewatch the races, watch it live. So we will be back for round 3 here.
December 27th and 28th is our next round. Full new track layout by Rad Designs. We will have some things cooking up, that is for sure. wear that new Christmas gear. I believe Christmas is on a Thursday this year, and our race is
Saturday,
obviously
yeah.
Saturday, Sunday. So
we'll see some new boot goofing out here.
Yeah.
One day to spend your Iron Pony gift cards. Look at that new gear.
if you get some of those Iron Pony gift cards, you head over there on like a Thursday evening, or if they're not open, Friday morning. Spend that whole gift card and then come racing here with us at Route 62.
That's right. Pick up that fresh gear. They've got literally everything you could ever want over there. It is like the Walmart of dirt bike stores, just as big. As our race 29 concludes.
It was the 293 of Connor Sobey taking the win. Garrett Kellogg second, Adam Maxlin third. Those three will be taking a trip to see Kevin Ott. And as we have our last rider coming up over the finish line, we appreciate you guys for tuning in to round 2 of the Route 62 Amateur Indoor Series presented by Renegade Race Fuels. Winners pour it in.
Great look at the Route 62 sign there, hanging up above the giant American flag. So great day of racing here. Another quick shout out to all the sponsors that make this possible. We've got, of course, the Route 62 MX facility. We've got Rad Designs bringing you an awesome track every round. As Jack said, they'll be changing that up. Totally new layout for the next one. You will have time before that race to get up here and do some practice. So get up here on a open practice night, or maybe hit up Jimmy on the Route 62 page. See if there's any open rentals. Hit up Iron Pony for all your needs for motorcycle, four-wheeler, whatever it may be. You got Trail City 4x4, full throttle images. Great shot by our camera crew. You're looking at some of those sponsors up top. We've got S&S Landscaping, Homes Rental, FCR Suspension. We've got Mid-Ohio Power Sports, Electrics, Minton Cycle, the Winland Team, Coughlin Cars, Tough Trucking, the Thomas Boys, and Schmitty's Convenience right there in Nashport. I'm TJ. This is Jack from the Apex crew. Thanks for joining in, and we will see you next round 3 of the Route 62 Amateur Supercross Series.
See ya.